Okay, there we go. We did get our first ending, though, Turnus, if you happen to miss that. We got promised R, whatever. I forgot the whole thing, what it's called. Rimatana, I don't know. But basically, we sent a D-Rhine. All that good stuff. Mayuri's voice sounded really excited.
Oh, もちろん.
Of course she did. Mayuri had spent a lot of time preparing for this day. She was probably really looking forward to it. Mayuri looks so effing cute in the Santa outfit. Let me just say, she looks adorable in that.
行くよ。6時からだろ? Yeah, 和光市。知り合いの教授の研究室みたいなところにお邪魔してる。
She had no idea where Wako City was, did she? Jesus.
大丈夫だ。
よかった。待ってるね。
Her voice got fainter on the phone for a second, and I heard the other girls.
オカリンさん、女子全員でサンタコスして待ってます。
Oh man.
待ってるにゃ。待ってます。ほら、ルカ君も。僕は女子じゃ。ルカ君もコスプレしてるんですよ。すみません。脱ぎません。今すぐ脱ぎます。あら、もったいない。すごく似合ってるのに。
盛り上がってるな。
今絶賛準備中なのです。マユシーなんか超ミニスカのサンタさんでめちゃくちゃキュートなんですよ。
She does look very cute, I will agree with that.
ちなみにパンツの色はピンクでしたぜ。
Hey, you don't lose the Mayuri. That's not allowed. We don't do that here on Mochikuma V2.
吹雪ちゃん何言ってるの。
Oh.
ごめんね、変な話して。とにかく待ってるからね。
ああ。
それじゃあまた後でね。
It sounded like the party had already begun at the lab. With all those girls there, I'm sure they were having a good time. Luca, you're the only guy. Hang in there. Oh man. I chuckled and put away the phone.
ずいぶん賑やかだったわね。
It was Maho who spoke to me. Actually, only Maho and I were in this room.
今日友達とクリスマスパーティーをやる予定なんだ。
ああ、そういえばもうそんな時期なのね。
君はそういうのには無頓着そうだな。
こっちに来てからは特にね。普段はいつもここにいるし、最近会う人といえば警察の人ばかりだし。
Oof. Oof. That doesn't sound very fun. I tried to force a laugh at Maho's joke and looked around the room. It was dead silent. The exact opposite of the noisy lab I'd just heard on the other side of the phone, in fact. Nothing had changed since the first time I'd come, which meant that it was still only Maho and Dr. Leskinen that were working here. And the professor had been meeting with different researchers all the time since he'd come to Japan, so he wasn't spending much time in the lab. I just remembered I forgot to announce that I was live on Discord. Hold on. Very professional here on Mochikuma VT, as you can see. There we go. Is that why no one's here? That may be one of the reasons why. Also, I'm just not a very big streamer in general. You know, like, yeah, you gotta expect dead days like this once in a while. Did that mean Maho was spending most of her time cooped up in here alone? Well, that's normal for a scientist, I guess, but... 誰もいないの?
よかったら、ヒヤジョーさんも参加するか?
After what happened, she probably needed a chance to blow off some steam.
私？気を使わなくていいわ。こうして一人で研究できる方が気が楽なの。人間関係に煩わされずに済むから。
そんなものか。
Kurisu had said similar things. Kurisu, huh?
それより本題に入りましょう。
That's right. I hadn't come all the way to Maho's lab to make small talk.
クリスに謝りたいとさっき言ったわよね。
ああ。
そのために私のところに来たと。
そうだ。
なぜ？
一人じゃ話しづらいんだ。
It's fair enough.
それで私に仲裁をしてほしいと。
そういうことになる。
変な人ね、あなた。
Yeah, quite indeed, but that's why we love him. Maho's reaction surprised me. Was I that weird? You know.
最後に話した時に俺が動揺しすぎたのが悪いんだが、かなり強引に話を打ち切ってしまったんだ。クリスの性格を考えると確実に怒ってる、中途半端につながっている分、見えないプレッシャーで四六時中ビクビクしている身にもなってくれ。
Dr. Leskinen had been trying to help me out, but I would have felt better if he'd just stripped me of access.
そんなにびくつかなくても、クリスからは連絡しないようになっているわ。そう言ったでしょ？
そうなんだが、喧嘩別れみたいなことにもなりたくないんだ。
I never wanted to go through what I'd experienced in the Alpha World line again. In that world line, I'd never been able to figure out what she was trying to tell me at the end.
まあいいわ。仲裁でも何でもするから、要件を済ませてしまいなさいよ。
助かるよ。
せっかくのクリスマスイブなんだから、少しは気の利いたことを言ってあげたらどう？
I did a quick save right there. Hmm. I better not do something. I'm trying to go for the specific route because after I did the first route, I looked up a spoiler-free guide so I wouldn't spoil myself, but I know what to do. And I probably shouldn't do anything here, just in case.
ああ、そうだな。
Not that I had any idea what nice would be.
どうしたの？早くアクセスして。
Yeah, you know what? Let's just do it.
まさかまた連絡してくるなんて。は？何よ？何なの？
Oh, she totally wasn't expecting that.
いや。
Let me look at something real quick. Just to make sure I haven't screwed up entirely. Okay. I don't think I have.
どうも、岡部倫太郎さん。私に何か用でも？もう話したくないんじゃなかった？
Oh. She's angry.
いや、その。
My eyes glanced toward Maho for help.
クリス、彼から話があるから少しだけ聞いてあげて。別に聞かないとは言ってませんよ。岡部さんは私とはもう会話を交わしたくないはずではと事実確認をしただけです。
No. Ugh. She was mad. I knew it.
ほら、早くしなさいよ。
ああ。
I took a single deep breath and lifted the phone.
悪かった。
That's a cute CG. Look at him desperately holding the phone like, oh man. I bowed my head.
俺なんかに付き合ってくれていたのに、お前のその親切を裏切るような形になってしまった。それにこの前、最後に話した時、急に会話を打ち切ってしまったのも失礼だったと思ってる。昔あった個人的なことを思い出して混乱してしまったんだ。でもそれはお前には関係ないことだよな。テスターを辞めさせてもらう前にせめて一言だけ謝りたかった。以上だ。
Carissa was chuckling the same way Maho had just done.
それ本気で言ってるの？
なんだよ。こっちが真面目に謝っているのに笑うなんて。
だって私は人工知能よ。なのにそんな神妙な顔して本気で謝ってくれるなんて。この前私と話すのが照れくさいとも言っていたわね。変わった人。
お。
Was it weird to apologize to an AI and mean it? It probably was.
いいわ。正直ちょっと失望していたところだったんだけど、考えを改める。 こっちから出す交換条件を飲んでくれたら水に流す。
交換条件だって。
What was she gonna make me do? I had a bad feeling about this.
わかった。その条件とやら聞こ
今日これから真帆先輩をディナーに誘いなさい。
Aww.
う。は
Huh? Nani? Maho's eyes and mine went wide.
ちょっとクリス、何を言い出すかと思えば。
今日は何の日かご存知ないんですか、先輩。
クリスマスイブ。
そういうことです。
どういうことよ。
さあ岡部さん、条件を飲むの飲まないの？
Why did she look so excited?
わかったよ。ヒアジョさん、さっき話したパーティー、正式に君を招待する。ぜひ来てほしい。
パーティー？
Mm-hmm.
友達と集まってクリスマスパーティーをやるんだよ。
そうじゃないでしょうが。あ、いや、でもいきなり二人きりだとハードル高いし、逆にいいか。
Yeah, I think that's a bit much, Carice.
クリス、それ以上からかうと怒るわよ。私はパーティーなんて行かないわ。
だったら私も岡部さんを許しませんが。
Don't.
ヒアジョさん、頼む。
どうしてこんな話になっているのよ。
先輩のために気を利かせてあげてるんじゃないですか。
あなたね。そもそも今日はこの後教授が帰ってくるのを待って研究の報告をしないといけないし。
いやあ、リンタロウ。
Whoa.
何の話かな？
What nice timing. Dr. Luskin walked in at the perfect moment. Maho looked relieved and went to open the file on her desk.
おかえりなさい教授。これが今日集計したデータなんですが。
マホ、ストップ。二人ともこれから出かけないかい？せっかくのクリスマスイブだ。仕事はもう終わりにして食事でも行こう。
No escaping this one, Maho.
それとも制約があるのかな？
教授、ナイス。
ん？
教授、俺の友達がクリスマスパーティーを開くんですが、よかったらご一緒に。
素晴らしい。ぜひ参加させてもらおう。
Let's go. I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
もちろん、マホも行くんだろう。
That was the moment when Maho's last hope of escape was cut off.
決まりですね。
まったく。
Kurisu smiled mischievously from the screen. She was quite the plotter. The real Kurisu used to do silly things like this too.
ねえ岡部、
Oh, Matak. When she called my name, I gasped.
私なんかに本気で謝ってくれてサンクス。嬉しかった。
あ、いや、
気が向いたら またいつでも話しかけてきて。暇つぶしぐらいには付き合うから。
気が向いたらな。
それじゃあまた。真帆先輩をよろしく。
クーリス満足したかしら。
あ
I felt more relieved than I thought I would. I realized that I really did love Kurisu Makise.
でも人工知能に謝るのはそんなに変か？
I mean, I guess most people would consider it so, but I wouldn't say it's that weird.
俺の友達、この前メイクインで紹介したあいつなんかいつも二次元の女の子に土下座してるぞ。
Okay, that's different. Okay, that's different.
そういう精神性は私にはちょっと。
Oh, that freaked her out. Bad example. Yeah.
とにかくヒアジョさんのおかげで助かった。
クリスの交換条件なんか律儀に守る必要はないわよ。
まあでも教授も行く気満々みたいだし。
Professor flashed his white teeth at me.
それにクリスと約束したからさ。
あなた本当に変わっているわ。
But even as she said it, she was smiling. I guess she decided to go to the party. Oh, Suzuha time. Oh, what the?
ダメなんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。そん
I,
なことしちゃいけないんだ。
what has happened? I feel like that's a pretty big jump.
世界を変えちゃいけないんだ。お姉ちゃんはおかしいこと言ってる。
What did you do? I don't know, man.
この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやらせないから。
I wasn't expecting this kind of party. I wasn't either, man. There were bullet marks on the inside of the time machine. Suzuha traced them with her fingers and remembered what had happened there. That was the last time she had talked to Kagari. She had never been able to find her after that. Yet they never talked about why Kagari had, like, left in the middle of the time travel in the first place. From that dialogue just now, I guess it was something like she didn't like the thought of, like, changing the world or something? Or, like, going out of your way to change the world, like playing God or something? I'm not sure.
鈴葉、どうしたん？ぼーっとして。もしかしてまだ体調悪い？
え？
Suzuha looked back and saw her father, Itaru. He seemed worried. He was holding a bolt in his hand and offering it to her.
ああ、ごめん。大丈夫。
She nodded and took the bolt. They were on top of the radio building where a cold wind was blowing. A light was shining down on the rear of the time machine, where the engine was. Her head was inside as she did maintenance work. Itaru was wandering around in the background. Normally, she'd never let him near the time machine, but today he'd absolutely insisted on coming.
病み上がりの娘を心配しない親はいないっつーの。
Suzuha had spent the last several days unable to stand up because she hadn't taken care of herself. There was nothing she could say back to him.
なあ、時空間の転移とか重力制御とかヤバそうな装置は絶対にいじらないからさ、僕にも手伝わせてくんない？
ダメ。
機械のメンテなら多分鈴葉より僕の方が詳しいのだぜ。
それは分かってる。けどダメ。
Itaru slumped forward, dejected, but Suzuha had no intention of discussing it.
なあ鈴葉、今日はもう暗いしさ、寒いしさ、続きは明日にするべきだって。そろそろ帰ろう。
父さん一人で帰ればいい。私はまだやることがあるから。
今日もかがりたんを探すん？オカリンにも協力してもらえることになったんだからさ、鈴葉一人でそこまで無理しなくてもいいんじゃね？風邪治ったばっかりなんだし、しばらくはかがりたん探しはやめにすべき。
That made her a little mad.
それ、私に無断でオカリンおじさんに話してほしくはなかった。
Suzuha had told Itaru that she was spending every day looking for Kagari, but it was only later that she'd found out he'd told Rintaro. It wasn't a problem, but her relationship with Rintaro was already a bit strained, and this only made it harder for her to ask him to get back in the time machine.
つうか、さっきからずいぶん苦戦してね。
締めにくい角度にボルトがあるんだ。
どれ？僕が変わるよ。それくらいならいいっしょ。
うん。
Suzuha pulled her head out of the engine unit. Bro, if she can't pull the bolt, then there's no way Daru can, dude. She's like 10 times stronger. Are you kidding me?
顔中油だらけじゃん。せっかくの美人が台無しだ。
What?
そういうことは母さんに言ってあげなよ。
それはハードル高すぎ。
Itaru stuck his face inside the machine and began to look around.
ああ、この構造だと多分こっちのパイプを後からはめたんだな。先にパイプを外すといいよ。パイプの中に冷却用の液体かなんかが通ってるはずだから、まずこっちのバルブを使って中を空にするわけ。
このマシンってメンテナンスのことをあんまり考慮に入れてないと思う。
まったくだお。すげえめんどくせえ。
The WAP? Like the song? I'm kidding. Acronym for what a pain in the A. Oh, I got you. I don't think I've seen anyone use that.
作ったの誰だと思ってるわけ？
True.
僕。
Itaru sighed and started to concentrate on his work. He did his job silently, twisting his massive body to the left and right. God dang, man. It's like every time, man. The visual novel was like, whenever I can, I'm taking a shot. Watching him, Suzuha remembered her childhood. When she was younger, she loved watching her dad make the time machine.
父さん、私最近なんだか自分でも自分が理解できなくなってきてさ。こんなこと考えるなんておかしいんだけど、 この世界をなくしてしまって本当にいいのかなって。
Her mind flashed back to young Kagari's screams. You can't erase this world, huh? She'd never forgotten the look in Kagari's eyes, and she'd never been able to shake the feeling that they were watching her somehow.
私のミッションが成功するとさ、マキセ・クリスは死なずにシュタインズゲートへの門が開くんだ。
うん。
そしたら今のこの世界、父さんも母さんもまゆ姉さんもルミ姉さんもオカリンおじさんもみんななかったことになってしまう。
I mean, yes, but no. Not the specific circumstances, but they'll still be there. They'll be happier. I'll tell you that much.
うん。
今の私が今の父さんに会ったこともなくなってしまう。
True, but again, you'll still be born in the New World line, and you'll be happier, is the thing. And you won't have to, like, be this super secret baddie that's, like, constantly on alert, having to, like, watch her back, because, like, the next day she could have her life taken away, you know? It'd just be a normal, happy person.
ん？これって告白シーン？セーブしとくべきとこ？
God almighty. We need a mod where it's just take out Daru. Just replace him with, like, I don't know, like a black box with a question mark. Just take him out, man. Take him out of there. Suzuha said nothing and poked her dad's calves with her toes. Sorry.
真面目な話をしてるんだ。今度ふざけたら蹴るよ。
迷ってるのか？まあ、そのなんだ。別にいいんじゃね？
え？
今が消えてもいいんじゃね？だってこの先人が大勢死ぬんだろ？そんなの嫌じゃん。
Exactly. Yeah.
父さん。
鈴葉はいろいろと考えすぎだ。戦争なんて嫌だ。だから世界を変えるんだ。そのくらい単純でいいと違うん？つうかさ、僕戦争なんて行きたくないし、鈴葉と違ってこんな人間だから、戦場なんかに連れて行かれたら3日も持たないね。
だらしないな。現実だよ。
Oh man. Even Suzuha's recognized it. She's like, God, Jesus Christ, that's my dad. Oh no. Oh no. Suzuha sighed, turned around, and started to walk away.
あれ、どこ行くん？
顔洗ってくる。油でベタベタだ。そのボルト閉めたらカバーも閉じておいてくれる？父さんの言う通り、今日はかがりを探すのはやめておくよ。
お、それがいいよ。一緒に帰ろう。
うん。
Suzuha looked up at the moon, shining in the cloudy winter sky. She let out a puff of white breath. The white breath danced in the air for a moment, and then disappeared into the cold.
父さん。
ん？
幻滅とか 嘘だから。
You shouldn't have been. You shouldn't have been disappointed.
父さんは銃を持って戦争をする人じゃない。未来でもそうだった。いつもいつも逃げ回るのが仕事。
Yeah, but is that a good thing? I mean, yeah, he's not willing to kill people, but at the same time, he commits other such crimes that I would argue are worse.
未来の僕、ダメ人間すぐる。
Dude, I don't know how Daru is not this self-aware. You're already a loser. Jesus.
けどそれでいいんだ。父さんには別の戦いがあるし、そのために私たちがついてるんだから。
鈴葉。
だから父さんこそ変に頑張ろうとしないで。日本は安全だなんて思い込みは捨てること。この前オカリンおじさんだって襲われたんだ。いつ父さんが標的になってもおかしくない。戦争前夜なんだよ今はね。
For about 2 weeks now, someone had been watching Suzuha in the time machine. It was clear that at some point, some great power was on the move.
オーキードーキー。
Suzuha nodded, satisfied at Itari's answer, and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Oh, Okabe time. Hey! I like the background. I like the Christmas background. Mayuri does a good job of decorating. The lab was filled with Santas, just like I'd heard on the phone. And all of them were wearing miniskirts. Jesus. They really did deck out everyone in Santa fits. Wow. Alright, nice. Merry Christmas! Indeed. Nice.
来たにゃ来たにゃ。準備はバッチリですよ。どうもメリクリです。
They even gave them Christmas outfits. Wow.
オカリンさん、こんばんは。
おう。
The sight of so many girls in a small room like this, all wearing Santa miniskirts, threatened to overwhelm me. Ayo. Ayo. Why does Lukaku look so sad? And why is his black? I don't think I've ever seen a black Santa suit. They've all just been red. Why does he look so sad? I was having trouble deciding where to look when Lukaku staggered in front of me.
岡部さん。
ルカ子。
What are you wearing, man? I mean, it looks nice. It looks nice on him. I don't... It doesn't feel very Christmassy, is what I'm thinking. I didn't expect a Santa in black. And wasn't he exposing an awful lot of skin? Hey, man. You get the... It was really erotic. No, calm down, calm down. Come on, Okari. Okay, come on. Yeah. But he's a guy!
岡部さん。僕。
ルカ子。なんていうか。お疲れ。
It must have been hard being the only guy. I gave him a pat on the shoulder and he smiled, relieved. Aww.
じゃあ来年はなえちゃんの分も作ってあげるね。本当？うん。ありがとう、まゆりお姉ちゃん。えへへ。さあオカリン、入って入って。
ダルと鈴葉は？
まだ連絡ないんだ。
The biggest goal today was to get Suzuha to participate. It was no exaggeration to say that that's why Mayuri had held this party.
ちなみにオカリンのお客様は？
I'd told them earlier that I was bringing Dr. Leskinen and Maho. I brought the two of them inside.
紹介する。レスキネン教授だ。
Merry Christmas!
Nice. Why are they in awe? I'm gonna guess that it's at Maho.
あら。おっきい。
Oh! Oh, I was like, what are they so surprised about? I was like...
ありがとう、キュートなお嬢さん。
でもお父さんの方がおっきい。
Oh!
それともう一人、ヒア城真帆さんだ。
どうも、はじめまして。
Call Kurisu, can I?
だから私じゃなくて真帆先輩の相手をしなさいと言っとろうが。
I didn't even know I could do that. Keep calling? Really? Was I supposed to call her earlier? We must listen to the hi hi very goody.
わかったわよ。
No.
メリークリスマス。
That's cute.
これで満足でしょ。じゃあね。
That's cute. That's cute. I wonder what if we try to call her again.
はいはい、メリクリメリクリ。
Once more.
はいはい、メリクリメリクリ。
Okay, alright. Alright. That's it. Oh, that was funny though. I didn't know I could do that, Turtis. I didn't know I could just literally just call her for like a quick little Easter egg line.
あら、にゃんにゃんの人。小学生？中学生？
Totally set a flag too. Uh-oh. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that then. Trying to... What's the route called? I was trying to go for... What's it called? The GS route. Whatever.
これでも成人しているのよ。
she nearly killed her on the spot.
ごめんなさい。
Maho's smile froze on her face.
どう思う？二人とも逸材だよ。マユシーは妄想がはかどります。なえちゃんの分も含めて小さめのサイズを用意しておけばよかった。マユシー、一生の不覚だよ。
Jesus, Mayuri!
そのリトルサンタコンビは見たかったな。だよね。
Mayuri had her in her sights then. There was no escape from Maho now. Mayuri was so stubborn she'd even managed to convince the legendary shy Lukaku.
教授先生の方はあの身長に合うコスは作ったことないよ。存在だけですでに勝ちだけどね。モフモフトナカイさんの着ぐるみを着てもらいたいかも。お花もつけて。
Something about Leskin in a reindeer outfit.
それはどうかな。
Wait, were they seriously gonna dress up the professor as a reindeer?
マユリ、誰も彼もコスプレ趣味を理解してくれるとは思わない方がいいぞ。
そうだね。無理強いするのは良くないよね。でも最近はコンビニなんかでもクリスマスには店員さんがサンタさんの格好をしていますよ。コミマとクリスマスだと性質はだいぶ違いますよね。
Or so you say, but basically you want to dress the two of them up in Santa outfits, don't you?
というわけで、マホさん、サンタ服よかったらマユシーのを貸しましょうか。
Mayuri was already going after her. Maho refused as forcefully as she could, but Dr. Leskinen was surprisingly interested. He had been trying to put on a triangular paper party hat.
タルくんから連絡来たよ。もうすぐ作ってすずさんと一緒。
Mayuri was looking at her smartphone. It looked like Daru had pulled it off. I guess he really was Suzuha's dad. This meant we'd succeeded in our biggest objective. Which meant it was on to the next mission. We'd all decided that we were going to surprise Suzuha. Suzuha didn't know that we were all waiting for her. We each grabbed a noisemaker and got into position. This is not a good idea. Considering the time frame that Suzuha's from, she probably has a lot of PTSD. Sudden loud noises might not be the best thing to... you know, people with PTSD, they don't usually like surprises. Oh, man. Or maybe I'm just... You've got reading comprehension? Oh, no. I mean, I'm probably, like, making a big deal out of nothing, but this may not be the best idea. Dr. Leskinen and Maho helped too. Maho seemed unsure, but Dr. Leskinen was more than willing to participate. This is not a good idea. She won't. She won't.
鈴葉さんのびっくりした顔なんてなかなか見られないもんね。
Especially if she got that thing on her. If she stays strapped, this is a terrible idea.
でも実はとっても甘いもの好きなのにゃ。それにとても親切なんですよ。
God, this is not good.
挨拶したら返してくれたよ。
This is gonna end terribly.
へえ、私 私ももっと鈴葉さんと仲良くできたらいいな。なれるよ。きっと大丈夫。相性はぴったりだよ。
And then we heard Daru's voice from outside the window in the alley below the building.
よし、中へ入るぞ。鈴葉と一緒に中へ入るぞ。
His voice was loud and unnaturally expository. Once he got below the lab, he was supposed to give a signal. Everything was going as planned. This is... oh man. We all went shh at each other in the darkness. I could hear 2 sets of footsteps coming up at the stairs. Everyone held their breath and waited. The timing was critical. But would she be able to figure out before we acted? The room was filled with different smells, like the girl's perfume and the aroma of the food they'd made. Didn't Suzuha always notice these things more quickly than an ordinary person would? I started to get worried. And then I heard the sound of the front door opening.
あれ、今日は誰も来てないんだね。
Oh no.
そういう日もあるよ。
Daru, you idiot, your voice is shaking! I got even more nervous. Was it time yet? Where was the signal? I felt like my hands were going to slip and trigger the noisemaker too early. My palms were soaked with sweat. I could tell Suzuha was taking off her shoes. Ferris gave the signal. The second the lights went on, we all activated our noisemakers. Oh no. I could see Suzuha flinch for just an instant. Oh no! But I couldn't follow what happened after that. That's how fast she was. She dropped down and sprung off the floor and leapt towards Yuki, who happened to be standing in front of her. Oh god. She might have broken Yuki's jaw with the base of her palm before I could shout at her to stop. Oh my god! Fortunately, Yuki had been surprised by Suzuha's sudden charge and had slipped when she tried to step back. Because of this, Suzuha's palm barely missed Yuki's nose as it sliced through the air. I knew this would be a bad idea. By the time I'd finally shouted, it was all over. Suzuha had grabbed Yuki before she fell down and was holding her up. Yuki, Suzuha, and all the rest of us were too stunned to speak. That was close. If the timing of events had been even slightly different, Yuki could have been badly hurt. I think it's a bit late for a Merry Christmas. Everyone finally realized what had happened and began to panic. Yuki simply lay in Suzuha's arms, blinking her eyes.
何してるの?
You could see right there that Yuki was an ace from death, and if you think about it, Suzuha too. Suzuha nearly killed Yuki and herself. Suzuha seemed to snap back to reality. She was looking around at everyone.
だからメリークリスマスだよ、すずさん。メリークリスマス。そう。びっくりした。
Jesus Christ.
すごい動きだったわね。僕、早すぎて見えませんでした。ユキさん、大丈夫?
Suzuha was looking around the room. Did she still not understand what was going on? You guys surprised her with, like, a sudden flash of light and loud noises. What did you think was gonna happen? Did she not realize it was a party since she'd never been to one before? Yes! Yes! The walls and ceilings were covered in wreaths and ribbons. There was a folding table filled with food, cakes, snacks, and drinks.
パーティー？ごめんなさい。 びっくりさせようって言い出したの私なんです。
Yuki backed away from Suzuha and started to bow apologetically.
すずは、これはなんつうかサプライズってやつを演出してみたわけで、みんな決して悪気があったりとかじゃなくって。
Leah, how are you? Good to see you. We nearly saw two characters die at once because Suzuha nearly killed her mother. Good to see you, though, Leah. Oh boy.
すずは、
父さん、兄さんも知ってたの？
うん。
そっか。だから今日はなんか変だったんだ。ごめんね、すずさん。企画したのはマユシーなんだよ。だからユキさんやダルくんを怒らないで。怒るならマユシーにして。
I mean, no one got hurt, so at the end of the day, it's fine. But something really bad could have happened. Okay, so Leah, to catch you up on what just happened. So basically, I don't know if you know that much about Suzuha, but she's from the future, where the world is basically in a dystopia created by World War III, where people are constantly fighting, and like no day is guaranteed. And that's the only kind of like life Suzuha has known up to that point, before going back to the past. She was used to a life of just fighting and misery, and war. And they wanted to bring her to this Christmas party, but they had the idea of, ooh, let's hide and surprise her and like get really loud noise poppers. And you could kind of see how that was a bad idea, right? Like, you know, people with PTSD, they're not the biggest fan of surprises. Yeah. Man.
やだな、まゆ姉さん。私、そんなにいつも怒ってる？
Suzuha looked around the room again.
ふーん、すごいね。いつものラボとは思えないや。
And as a result, when she got surprised, she nearly like just decapitated her mother. And you know, she's from the future, so that would have been a bye-bye Suzuha moment as well.
でしょ？みんなで飾り付けしたんだよ。
Hey, Golden.
うん、本当にすごい。綺麗だ。
Suzuha laughed half-heartedly and began backing toward the door. Hey, come on! Don't go at this point, then it'll just be awkward.
どこ行くの？どこって、まゆ姉さんたちパーティーするんでしょ？
With you.
邪魔しちゃ悪いからさ。もう兄さんってば気が利かないよな。こんなところに私がいても仕方ないじゃないか。そんなことないにゃん。一緒にやろうにゃ。パーティー。え？でも私こういうのしたことないし。
There's nothing to do. Just hang out and have fun. That's all you gotta do, man.
楽しくご飯食べたりおしゃべりしたりするだけだよ。だからね。
Mayuri grabbed Suzuha's hand tightly to keep her from getting away.
まゆ姉さん？
ほら、すずはの席もちゃんと用意できてるのだぜ。
けど本当にどうしたらいいのか私。
いいから、 座れっつーの。
Don't make Mayuri cry. You can't make the Mayuri sad. Mayuri half dragged Suzuha over to the seat next to me and forced her to sit down.
はいはい皆さんこれで全員揃ったにゃ。はい拍手拍手。
Woo! Yeah! Everybody started to applaud at Fubuki's signal. Daru played some Christmas carols on the computer. The grim atmosphere that had begun to fill the room was banished. I felt a little relieved.
それじゃあまず乾杯をするにゃ。グラスに好きな飲み物を注いでにゃ。
Everybody's starting to look at the various drinks on the table.
ほら、鈴葉。
Suzuha still looked like she was feeling as though she didn't belong, so I poured her some non-alcoholic champagne.
ああ、うん。やっぱり私無理だよ。こういうの。
なんで？
だって遊ぶためにこの時代へ来たわけじゃない。
I mean, there's no problem having a party every once in a while. The reason she came to this era, huh? I didn't have the right to say anything about that. That was the only reason that she was stuck here, unable to fulfill her task. But even so...
たまにはいいじゃないか。
でも
鈴葉は考えすぎだっつーの。
Daru joined the conversation.
みんなとご飯食べるだけだって。どのみちお腹は空いてるっしょ。
それは。
Maybe Daru's statement caused her to realize it because her stomach rumbled.
うん。
ほれ見ろ。みんながいろいろ作ってくれたんだから、ありがたくいただけばいいんだって。
みんな飲み物の用意はいいかにゃ。それでは今回のパーティーを企画したマヨシ一言どうぞにゃ。
Woo! Mayashi! Mayashi, wow. Mayushi! Let's go! Oh, by the way, I don't know if I did this before, but, S-O... There we go. Go follow Leah. She is good friend. And we do Parquet collab every Friday. Plus, she's very good artist and very good VTuber. Go follow, please. And if you won't follow because of that, then follow because I said so. No, you. No, you. Mayuri stood up, flustered. I won't follow. Then you're banned. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't. then you're banned. Mayuri stood up, flustered. As she stood, she bumped into Lukaku, who was ban. Ow. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. That was Suzuha a minute ago. As she stood, she bumped into Lukaku, who was standing next to her. The two of them almost spilled their drinks. I already got banned in one channel today. Jesus Christ, what'd you do? Or I guess, what was the reason, I guess? Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, but that just surprised me.
まゆりちゃん落ち着いて。
I redeemed ban me? It seems like a strange redeem, but okay. Mayuri started to take deep breaths.
今日はクリスマスイブなのです。
It's weirdly popular. It's just like, I don't know if I can say that on stream, but it reminds me of a certain term that might be popular in the 18+ industry, that it refers to a shameful act that it's not a fet. There's no way it's not, man. I'm kidding, obviously, but I just don't know why you'd want to do that.
どこもリア充さんでいっぱいだけど、今年はマユシーたちもパーティーをしてリア充さんになろう。
Mayuri, I would argue that you're a normie. Actually, no. Mayuri's above normies. She's above gamers. Mayuri is Mayuri. Truly.
いや、それリア充の意味が違うと思うな、マユシー。
Fubuki whispered a little sad.
ふぶきちゃん、何人もの後輩ちゃんからクリスマスデートに誘われたのよね。それはもう熱烈に。全員女の子の後輩だけどね。
I mean, that's still flattering, though, right?
とにかくみんなが楽しんでくれればマユシーは嬉しいな。
Heck yeah.
終わりです。
Mayuri gave a little bow and smiled to Suzaha. Suzaha answered with an expression that wasn't quite a smile.
それじゃあ乾杯するにゃん。マホにゃん、温度よろしくにゃん。え？私？せっかく来てくれたんやから自己紹介も兼ねてよろしくにゃん。
Maho stood up with a slight frown and thought for a moment before she opened her mouth.
今日は皆さんの集まりに招待してくれてありがとう。私とレスキネン教授はアメリカ在住なので、こうして日本でクリスマスを迎えるのは初めてです。こういう友人同士での賑やかなクリスマスもとてもいいものだと。何か面白いこと言ってにゃ。はい、面白いことにゃ。
Ferris, you're crazy. Uh-oh. She was totally losing it. She was worse than Mayuri had been a moment ago. It was hard to believe. It was hard to believe I'd seen her interpreting in front of that huge crowd at ATF. Was she bad at ad-libbing? Bro just actually went cat. What the hell was that? Mo's desperate attempt at something interesting was cute, but honestly a little embarrassing. I need to hear that again. It's just an actual cat. It felt like watching a small, adorable animal. Jesus. Bro really said, "Hey Jerry, can you bring your cat to the studio tomorrow?" Honestly. Ferris and Mayuri were the only ones who seemed really impressed.
私ったら何を言っているのかしら。
ヒアジョーさん、そろそろ乾杯を。
そうね、そうするわ。それじゃあ乾杯。乾杯。
Everybody happily clinked their glasses together. Hell yeah. Since I was the one who invited Maho to the party, I decided to cheer her up.
面白い乾杯の挨拶だったよ。
It was definitely interesting. If nothing else, it was interesting.
自己嫌悪だわ。
It's not that bad. Come on.
何を言うんだい。クールなキャットだったじゃないか。
Kurisu thinks it's cute too. Oh wait. Can I get her perspective?
はいはい。
Oh no.
メリクリ。
Just marry Kuri, marry Kuri.
いつからメイクインで働いてくれるにゃ。
Got him. You did get me. Yeah, hi, Merikuri. Oh man. You were a cool cat.
そんなつもりはないから。
Ferris and Dr. Leskinen were both enjoying trying to make her feel better.
すずさん、乾杯だよ。すずさん、私も。あ、うん。
Suzuha still had a somber look on her face, but Mayuri, Yuki, and Daru forced her into a toast.
はい、すずさん。これ、マユシーが作ったんだよ。
Who's that? Did you mean to say Amadeus? Amane? Oh, got it. Mayuri put a piece of quiche on a plate and gave it to Suzuha. Yeah, there's two Amanes in the room, Golden. When Golden took a bite... When Golden took a bite... Don't clip that. When Suzuha took a bite, her expression began to shine. I got confused. Leave me alone. I got too many words in my head. Golden, take a bite. Oh, God. Oh, man.
おいしい。本当？うん。もっと食べて。どんどん食べて。そんな一度に食べられないよ。あ、そう？
I'm glad you did what I asked, Golden. Next, Mayuri offered the quiche to Maho and the professor.
マホさんとレスキネンさんもどうぞ。ありがとう。
おいしい。これはおいしいですね。
えへへ。じゃあこちらもどうぞ。エビグラタンとあとフライドチキンはエスニック風にしてみました。
Excellent.
凝っているんですね。
Yuki went around and offered everyone something to eat. But she couldn't bring herself to offer any to Suzuha. Mayuri kept motioning for her to go over, but Yuki just kept fidgeting. Maybe she was thinking about it too much. But Suzuha kept devouring all the food that Mayuri and Yuki had prepared and gushing over each dish. The two of them had been practicing their cooking for about a month here in the lab. I guess it paid off.
ケーキもあるよ。楓さんがデコレーションしてくれたんだ。あんまり上手にできなかったけど許してね。楓さんって不吉祥さんだもんね。でもそんな楓さんが萌えだよ。
Indeed. Indeed.
ちっとも褒められてる気がしないわ。
Oh! Everyone laughed. Then, about an hour after we started eating, when she saw that everyone had eaten enough food, Ferris clapped her hands together loudly to draw everyone's attention.
さてさて、皆さん盛り上がってきたところでそろそろプレゼント交換をしたいと思うんだにゃ。
Anytime I hear of a present exchange in, like, something I'm watching that has something to do with Christmas, I can only ever think of the the scene in The Grinch with Jim Carrey, where they gave him the shaver, and was like, that is so messed up. So I have a big frown whenever I see anything about gift exchange now. Oh man.
私たち間に合わせのものしか用意できなかったけど。
Maho and the professor had stopped at a donkey... Huh? Don Quixote? Is that their way of copywriting Don Quixote? I'll just go ahead and... yeah. Maho and the professor had stopped at a Don Quixote on their way from Maho City. Wako City. Oh my lord, I can't speak. And spent just 10 minutes picking out presents.
大丈夫。それでバッチリだにゃ。私持ってきてない。
鈴葉の分は僕とまゆしで準備してきたお。
まゆしが選びました。
Don Quixote popular supermarket chain. Oh, I see.
そうなんだ。ごめん。
気にしなくていいのだぜ。
Yeah, you're fine, Suzo.
いいのだぜ。
Mayuri mimicked Daru's words as she pulled out 2 small wrapped parcels from her bag and put them on the table. They both had the same wrapping as the one Daru was holding. They must have bought them at the same place. Mayuri had already explained to me Operation Number 2. Mayuri's plan for the evening was not only to make Suzuha smile, but to bring Yuki and Daru a little closer together.
プレゼント交換の方法なんだけど、いろいろ考えて結局くじ引きにしたにゃ。
Ferris gathered together everyone's presents and put little stickers with numbers on them.
にゃんにゃにゃん。
And then she lifted a bundle of disposable chopsticks above her head.
これはまゆしが今夜王様ゲームをやろうとして持ってきたものだにゃ。
Oh no. Everything I've seen the King's game in has never ended appropriately. Oh no, I just self-reported myself.
言わないでよベリスちゃん。
おいマユリ、王様ゲームっていうのは合コンの時とかにするもんだぞ。
He sucks.
わかってるよ。ちょっと考 勘違いしただけだ
ま、女の子から命令されるのって僕は大好物だけどね。
Shut up, Dart.
もん。橋田さん、本当に変態さんですね。
Indeed.
ということで、マユシーがちょっと勘違いしちゃったこの割り箸をくじ引き用に使わせてもらうにゃ。引いた番号のプレゼントをゲットできるのにゃ。
Ferris loudly shuffled all the chopsticks and then went around to everyone so they could draw one. She was also part of Mayuri's plan. In fact, Mayuri and Ferris were sending signals to each other with eye contact, and with their fingers. While everyone was focusing on the chopsticks, they were busy relabeling Yuki and Daru's presents. They were so obvious about it that I started getting nervous that Yuki would find out. Yeah, they really rigged it, bro. Can't believe it. Is nothing sacred anymore. It's nothing sacred.
それじゃあプレゼントを渡すにゃ。中身を見るのはみんなに行き渡ってからにゃぞ。ワクワクしますね。何が当たるかな。
Ferris and Mayuri passed out the presents according to the numbers that everyone drew. Once the presents were handed out, everyone started to take off their wrapping paper. Uh-oh. What? Naya was the first to react as she gave out a very strange cry. Inside her box was a skull face! What?
それかっこいいでしょ。
Is Lukaku edgy? I would have never pegged him as an edgy character. Or maybe he just likes skulls, I don't know.
ベルトのバックルだよ、ナエちゃん。学校につけていったらきっと人気者だと思うな。
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
ありがとう。
No. Luca's right. You let him cook. Lukaku, you terrified her. I was feeling bad for Nai, but when I took out my own present, oh no.
誰だこれは。
Oh no, what did he get? The box had a cute design, and inside it, what looked like a see-through white veil. The veil was decorated here and there with little pink ribbons. Oh, it's a little wedding veil, I think. Oh. This can't be a...
ん？ああ、オカリンさんのところへ行ったか。そのままマユシーにプレゼントしてあげるといいよ。
そんなことできるか。
オカリンさんのためなら喜んで来てくれるって。
どうしてそういう話になるんだ。
なになに？
Uh-oh.
マユシーがどうかしたの？
Uh-oh. Mayuri heard her own name and came over.
それって何かな。ベビードールだよ、マユシ。しかも超可愛くてセクシーなやつ。
Oh, it's...
してあげなよ。
Oh, that's a lot more risque than I thought it was. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was not ready for that. I thought it was a wedding veil. Oh, I get it now. Oh, I get it. Oh my god. Oh my god. From the description, now I can see. Yeah, a type of lingerie worn by women, notable for its wide hem that fluffs out. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Also, we don't lewd Mayuri. Not cool, Fubuki.
それならオカリンさんが自分で来てもいいんですよ。
Oh!
これは返す。 いくらでも自分で楽しんでくれ。
Yeah, Fubuki's buzz. She wanted to see Okabe in that. Y'all gotta watch out for that Fubuki. That Fubuki, she cooking something fierce. I pushed the baby doll lingerie back into Fubuki's hands.
じゃあこっちと交換します？
Oh? Fubuki handed me her present in exchange. The wrapping and lid had already been removed. I took a quick look inside. Man can't catch a break. Sexy pink shorts and a pink bra. Yep, they were see-through.
私が持ってきたプレゼントです。まゆりちゃんに着てもらえるなら嬉しいです。
Oh my god!
君たちにはそういう発想しかないのか。
まゆしはもうオカリンからプレゼントもらったからいいよ。
Mayuri had drawn my present, perhaps because we were childhood friends? By the way, I'd chosen a huge chunk of chocolate in the shape of a gold bar. The kind of thing you can find in a Don Quixote bargain bin. Well, that's nice. No, I've never seen anyone say, "Why would you give me chocolate?" This is so crap. Like, chocolate's a good present.
オカリンさんさ、もうちょっとなんかなかったの？
Hey, chocolate's a good present.
うるさいな。パーティーではこういうのがウケるって雑誌に書いてあったんだ。
Hilarious party gifts.
いや、これはないわ。うん。
I want some chocolate. Come on, man.
ないわね。
なんだって。
Not even a chance? It's chocolate, right? A huge chunk of chocolate. Yeah, I wouldn't be upset with a big chocolate bar. Like, come on, man. The magazine said it was a sure thing.
まゆしは嬉しいよ。
Oh.
だって金の延べ棒だよ。こんなの一生触れないよ。
Oh. See, Mayushi's grateful.
いい子だ、まゆしは。本当にいい子ね。よしよし。
Fubuki and Kaede were patting Mayuri's head, half out of sympathy and half because she was cute. Somehow, I ended up as the bad guy. I don't think that was a bad gift.
じゃあ次は私が開けてみますね。
Just hear Leah saying good girl? Huh? What? Nah, you've confused me. Yuki started to open her present. She took out a cute wooden music box when she opened the lid. When she opened the lid, there was a little tin figure that danced.
すごいかわいい。
Oh, I see.
素敵ね。ロマンティックです。いいな。
The girls all seemed really impressed. But Lukaku's a guy. Come on, man. It definitely looked like something a woman would enjoy receiving. With as many girls as there were coming to this party, it might have been the perfect choice. Wait, maybe I should have brought something like that. But then I realized that the idea had never even occurred to me.
これ一体誰からのものにゃ？
Ferris, you're making it too obvious.
あ、僕
I mean, I never debated you on that, Golden. I never said, what? They never bring up Luca's femininity. What do you mean? You know, I never debated you on it. Daru reluctantly raised his hand. I wouldn't say that.
ふーん、やるね、兄さん。
Everyone except Mayuri and Ferris, who knew about it in advance, raised their voices in surprise.
これ、橋田さんなんですね。
どうかな。マユシからアドバイスしてもらって選んだだけなんだけどさ。
素敵。ありがとうございます。大切にしますね。
Yuki held the music box close to her chest. She seemed really happy.
Oh?
And then her expression turned confused as she looked down into the box. Then she started to fidget.
ごめんなさい。私、ちょっと。
What was wrong? She hurried off toward the washroom, still holding the box. She must have seen the trick, According to what Mayuri had told me earlier, there was a fake letter from Daru himself taped to the bottom of the bottom of the box. It was something like a love letter along with an invitation to a movie date. Oh my god. I wondered how she was reacting. Meanwhile, Daru had also opened his own present, and he looked a little bothered. He'd been given Ferris's present. Until he'd opened it, he looked really happy, but now he'd gone completely silent. According to Mayuri, he was going to get a pair of movie tickets. And even though it was a present from Ferris, the tickets came with instructions to use them for a date with Yuki. Ferris responded to Daru's questioning gaze with a wink. Good luck, Nya, she seemed to be saying. For her part, Ferris received some kind of strange doll that Maho had bought at the Don Quixote. Lukako's present was a miniature remote-controlled helicopter that Dr. Leskinen had purchased. Hey, that's pretty cool. Until it breaks down about a week later, and then you never use it again. And Dr. Leskinen got a set of 12 cute little crayons from Nai. Suzuha's present was a pair of handmade gloves. Yuki had evidently made them herself. She put them on, looking happy, but maybe a little lonely, and smiled.
Suzuha, よかったじゃん。
っていうか、兄さんは何が当たったの？
これ。
Daru realized he'd been set up, and he was clearly avoiding looking at her. Suzuha seemed to understand and patted him on the back with a gentle expression on her face.
いいんじゃない？行ってきなよ。
なんだお鈴浜で。
だって二人を見てるとじれったいからさ。
けどリアルでデートなんかしたことないし。
Believable. Very believable. Actually.
母さんもそうらしいよ。
え、そうなん？そっか。
Yuki came back from the bathroom. She seemed to be having trouble walking straight. She sat back in her seat but began to nervously nibble on snacks at the table. And once in a while, she'd take a look at Daru. For now, the movie ticket plan seemed to be going well. Staring too much could tip her off. I should probably pretend I didn't know anything.
マユシーが用意したオルゴールは真帆さんに行ったんだね。
Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's really cute. It's me! It's me, guys! Mayuri raised her voice when she saw the music box in in Maho's hands. Yeah, it's me! Bear. It was shaped like a deformed bear, and when you wound it up, its hands and legs would jerk back and forth as it played a tune. It was a very different design than the one Yuki had received.
いいのかしら。こんな素敵なものをいただいてしまって。
Sure.
いいんですよ。どうぞどうぞ。どんな音聞きたい。そうですね。僕も聞いてみたいです。
Maho started to wind it up. As she wound it, Kaede turned off the music in the background.
じゃあ。
Nice. Maho took her hand off the winding key, and the mechanical yet gentle sound that was unique to music boxes began to play. The lively atmosphere of the lab was replaced with a feeling of calmness and peace. We listened quietly to the sound of the music box.
まゆしーね。この曲大好きなんだ。
It's a nice song.
僕もです。ポカポカした気持ちになるね。そうね。あ、そうか。この曲だ。
Suzuha stood up as if she suddenly remembered something.
ゆきさん、ほら、覚えてない？え？はい？
Yuki was spacing out so hard that she started to panic when Suzuha spoke to her.
私が寝込んでた時、ゆきさんがここで歌ってたよね。ああ、そういえば。うん、確かにこの曲だよ。
Suzuha seemed to be remembering something as her eyes narrowed.
ねえ、まゆ姉さん、これ、なんていう曲？これは。
Mayuri was about to speak, and then... God dang it, man! Can none of these parties just end well? Can't we just have a party in Steins Gate and not have the world go to crap? Out of nowhere, the world twisted. Can't we just have a nice party? Have some tea and just have a good time? Oh no. I moaned in pain as an incredible sense of... Did you call Kurisu? I called her about like 20 times, yeah. It's all your fault the world's ending. Yeah, probably. I moaned in pain as an incredible sense of wrongness flooded through me. The whole lab seemed to twist and fade. And the happy party I'd been experiencing warped and waved like a mirage. This... It couldn't be. No. Somewhere far away I heard something that sounded like a violent crash. I was just barely able to move my eyes in the direction it came from. And I saw Fubuki falling to the floor as she knocked over a table. Kaede and Ferris ran over to her, calling her name. But it all looked so blurred, like I was watching a movie underwater, and everything was moving so slow. Their voices were getting farther and farther away. No matter how much I stretched out my hand, it reached no one and touched nothing. It was a terrible feeling, as if time and space were being torn apart, and even matter itself was losing its subjectivity. This feeling, even if I didn't want to remember it, I knew what this awful feeling was. I knew it far better than I had ever wanted. This was... reading... Steiner! Alright, where are we going now? We traveled by about 2. X-Day Protocol. Pandora's Box. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't... Something about Pandora's Box does not sound too good. Something... Something about the name Pandora's Box makes me think, that doesn't sound promising. God. Oh, man. For the first time in almost 4 months, I felt like the whole world was twisting. It's fine. Pandora's Box has opened it. I never know, man. Who was it? Who had changed the world line? I didn't do anything. I hadn't interfered with the world. So why was the world doing this to me? Oh. I opened my eyes. Things had already taken on different colors. The world kept wavering, until once again it became fixed to a single point in time. I wasn't looking at a warm, cheerful party in the lab anymore. I was outside. It was raining. The rain was falling on my face, and drops so large that it hurt. It was a midwinter rain. It was freezing cold, and I could feel it sapping the strength from my body. My view stopped twisting. No, are we back in the future with the World War III? I was staring at the broad back of a man I didn't know. I could hear the sound of many boots stamping through the mud, mingling with falling rain. I think we are back in the World War III thing. We do know that the world line changed by like about an additional 0.2%, which is worrying. The stench was terrible. The smell of sewage was so strong it hurt to breathe, and it was mixed with the awful smell of burning rubber and plastic. Where was I? What was I doing right now? Things around me had changed so much. I tried to understand the situation I was in, but my brain was having an awful time keeping up.
もう少しです。頑張って。
When I stopped, a rough hand patted me on the shoulder encouragingly. I looked around to see a man my age with a strong, powerful face. It was a face I'd never seen. I didn't know him, probably. The man was wearing the camo outfit and equipment I'd often seen the self-defense force wear on the news. He was carrying an assault rifle on his shoulder. There were 7 or 8 people around me, all dressed the same. They surrounded me in a circular formation and walked forward silently, as they kept a careful eye on the area around them.
この人たちは自衛隊員?
And then I realized I was wearing the same camo uniform they were.
俺が自衛隊員だって?
You know, well, yeah, that's pretty surprising, actually, though. I touched my bicep to check, but there was no muscle. It was flabby and weak, unlike the others. I wasn't carrying any weapons. Then what was going on here? You might be a scientist. Or maybe just someone of interest. Them carrying around someone of interest isn't too unordinary. It felt like these 7 or 8 tough-looking SDF guys were all guarding me. Since when was I that important? Still confused, I dragged myself onwards. Where was I, anyway? It was a long path filled with dark brown mud. The walls formed a tall silhouette to the left and right. The path was filled with garbage and concrete rubble, and sometimes we had to force our way past it. I looked up past the high walls. Despite the rain, the moon in the night sky was strangely red, and a little too bright. It was thanks to the moon that we were able to walk down a path like this without flashlights. Sound. I heard a sound. It was the sound of water. Uh-oh. They getting flooded? I looked over and saw a hole opened in one of the walls. Filthy water was pouring out. The water formed dozens of little rivers that blocked our path. So that was it. This was the bottom of a river that had dried up. What looked like high walls were the river dikes.
ここってどの辺なんです？
I turned towards the man who had spoken to me a bit ago and yelled so that my voice could be heard over the rain.
大きな声を出さないで。
すみません。
あと少しで都心を抜けます。練馬駐屯地の近くまで行けば車が用意されているはずですから、そこまでなんとか歩いてください。
Uh-oh. But his words cut off there. Everyone seemed more tense than ever. One of them grabbed me and pushed me toward the side of the riverbed. Everyone put their backs against the wall and held their breath. I could hear the sound of a helicopter's rotors in the distance. No, more than just one. They were getting closer. I had no idea what was going on, but I could feel my heart start to beat faster.
あの車の陰に入って。
Past several meters of rubble lay an overturned car. It must have fallen into the riverbed after the water had disappeared. The entire body was bent inward, and the roof was completely crushed. I lay down in the stinking mud, and slid into the shadow of the overturned car. At the same time, the SDF soldiers were issuing each other orders, as if this was something they'd planned for already. 2 of them stayed by my side, and everyone else ran back the way we'd come. They all climbed up crevices and outcroppings on the wall, then disappeared over the edge of the dike and out of my view. Shortly after... Uh-oh. Those were gunshots. And not just a single shot from a handgun or anything like that. This was the sound of war. I could hear the helicopters getting further away, drawn by the gunfire.
なんてことだ。
In this world line, was Japan at war? The Third World War. I remembered Susaha's words. I happened to look inside the crushed car. Oh, is there a body? I could see the corpses of a man and woman and a small child hanging upside down, still attached to their seatbelts. Jesus Christ! They were all covered in dried black blood. They looked like mannequins in a bad haunted house. And then I realized I'd been so focused on moving forward that I hadn't noticed what they were, but I'd seen similar mannequins sunken into the mud. I could see their arms, the bones and ragged muscle exposed to the air, reaching up to the sky as if seeking salvation. Just don't scream, buddy. If you scream, we might be kinda effed. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. Good job, good job. Those weren't mannequins.
今です。壁に沿って進んで。ルートを変えます。さあ、立ってください。
He pulled me up. My knees were shaking from shock and exhaustion.
仲間がソ連のヘリ部隊を引きつけてますが、それほど持ちません。早く。
No, I'm pretty sure most of us know the Soviet Union, but we'll do it. Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, created in 1922. After the end of World War II, it began a long Cold War with America, but the Cold War ended in 1991. It consisted of Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, I can't read most of these. Tajikistan, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Yeah, we'll go with that.
ソ連
My mind was dulled from the terror, but it seemed like there was something off about what he just said.
しっかりしてください。あなたを守るためにすでに何人犠牲になったと思っているんですか。
俺を守る。なぜ？
理由は聞かされていません。でも命を懸けて守れと自分は命じられています。それがこの国の未来につながるのだと。
Wait. And that you could change this country's future. A helicopter passed over the riverbed. The bright searchlight passed by for a moment, but thankfully the shadow of the dike hit us.
こっちへ。
The young SDF soldier, whose name I didn't even know, pulled me inside one of the holes in the concrete. When I looked up closely, I could see that it was the entrance to a sewer. It was just big enough for a single person to pass through. Struggling against a flow of water that came up to my knees, I pressed on through the darkness. My sense of smell had already gone numb, so I didn't have to worry about the stench of the sewage. Once inside, we came to several branching paths. The SDF soldiers seemed to know which one would lead to where, and they marched on without hesitation. And then we came out of the sewer and back into a riverbed. It was dried up, just like the one we had just been through. I didn't know if it was the same river or another one, and the two soldiers didn't tell me. Either way, I was glad to be finally out of the foul-smelling darkness, and I tried to take a deep breath and fill my lungs with fresh air. There are probably no fresh air left. But... halfway through, I realized that the riverbed smelled even worse than the sewer. I took an involuntary step back, and then another. The sight in front of me was just that terrible. A bunch of bodies. What was once a riverbed was now filled with bodies. Yeah. Some of them had been burnt totally black, so that it was impossible to tell how much death lay before me. And in the distance, I could see what looked like bonfires. They were burning despite the rain. The fires were consuming the mountains of flesh that once were human bodies.
もうすぐです。きついでしょうが、走れますか。
The SDF soldier spoke to me, and then I came back to my senses. If it weren't for these two, I wouldn't have been able to stay sane. We ran through the riverbed, one of them in front of me, the other behind. If we make it out of this time safe, shout out to these dudes, dude. Shout out to these guys. If we make it out safe, thanks to them, probably one of the biggest W characters in Steins Gate. And we don't even know their name. Shout out these guys. Man. I could hear the constant drone of the helicopters above me. Sometimes the searchlights got very close. Each time they did, I hid in the piles of bodies until they passed. I'd seen this many times before as I'd wandered through the world lines. Stop! I don't want to see that, man! I'd seen death. I don't want to see that either! I'd seen the moments when people had died. But at the same time, I'd never experienced what happened to a dead person after they were left out for a long time. More than fear, more than sorrow, the thing that hit me first was the smell of death. The rotting stench ate away at my body, not my soul. My whole body was rejecting it. It made me feel sick. Thinking that way meant trampling on the dignity of the dead. But I couldn't help it. The Valley of Hinnom. I remembered that phrase. That was what that strange attacker had said that night, when they came after Dr. Leskinen, Maho, and me.
たとえ固めであろうとも、貧の無の谷の炎に投げ入れられるより、ずっと幸いに違いないのだ。
That valley was the origin of the word Gehenna, meaning hell. It was said that flames burned there every night, scorching the heavens themselves. Those who died merciless deaths with anger or misery in their hearts were flung into the flames, their souls becoming black smoke that rained hatred down on the land. What I stared at now was Gehenna. The two soldiers led me to a half-collapsed subway tunnel. The lights were all off because there was no electricity, but there were 3 armed cars in camo colors, with their headlights to illuminate the way. They were 4-wheel drive, off-road vehicles covered in thick chunks of armor, but I didn't see any real weapons.
ここから地下鉄内を通って埼玉へ抜けられます。入間基地はまだ無事と聞いています。そこまで行けば関東を脱出できるはずです。
Iruma Base? Iruma Base, one of the Air Self-Defense Force's largest bases, located between Iruma and Sayama cities in Saitama Prefecture. It's home to 18 units and around 4,300 personnel, and is also the location of the Air Defense Command Headquarters Flight Group. Okay.
関東脱出？
話は向こうで聞いてください。とにかく急いで。
There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but even as we spoke, I heard what sounded like gunshots outside the tunnel. The men forced me into the back seat of one of the cars.
それではご無事を祈っております。
Escape Kanto, time to go to Johto. Man.
あなた方は？
自分たちには別の任務がありますので。では。
The 2 soldiers who had brought me here saluted, then turned around and left the station. I felt like I was never going to see them again. Probably not. The door of the armored car slammed shut with a heavy thud. The car's crew were SDF soldiers, just a little older than me. Kanto did have a war. Lieutenant Surge served in the war. Coincidence? Oh, man. The diesel engine kicked to life, and the car raced down a tunnel that had originally been designed for trains. Of course, it wasn't a pleasant ride at all, but I didn't have any choice. Man. Pokemon-inspired Steins kick. There was no way I could tell them I wanted to go to Akihabara. I had no way to alter the world line. I had to survive in this hellish world. And to survive, I needed to do what they said. My wants didn't matter at all. I wasn't even allowed to express them. I just did as they told me, and ran. It was all I could do. But I had no idea that it would take an entire month. Oh, shoot. Okay. Anonymous security cancel. 2010? We're in 2010? Really? Or maybe we're not. This is just old. Okay. It's, Christmas 2010. The story so far. The USSR starts experimenting with a time machine and America goes apeshit. Give me that time machine, USSR. But I refuse. Are they really memeing about a war? Bro. Eastern powers and Soviets get cocky. How's it feel to be... How's it feel to you to be... Huh? How's it feel to you be right... How's it feel to be you right now, huh? How's it feel? This brings us to the end of your regularly scheduled Cold War. US, I'ma bomb you from Japan, WWWW, USSR, then we'll invade Japan, US, oh shit, right now. Okay. USSR is kicking butt, Hokkaido and any Japan are screwed. Are they coming for Central Japan now? People of Nagoya, get the F out! Anonymous Security Council, Anonymous Captain Bajina? Amateurs who know nothing about strategy need to shut the F up. The SDF may look like they're retreating, but they've actually got a defense line at Mount Fuji. They're about to start a counterattack. The Mount Fuji line, WWW. Who the heck is dumb enough to believe Japanese Imperial High Command, WWW? NSCJ. We better not start hearing calls for kamikaze pilots soon. Shut up, noob! Idiots like you are the real threat to Japan. What? Jesus. Wait, what the heck happened to the collective right of self-defense? America's only interested in protecting Okinawa. So what the heck's this SDF doing getting sent off to Siberia? How are they supposed to protect the country? You protected chicken hawk. You wanna fight? Go volunteer. They say they aren't getting enough recruits. Are they going to start conscription soon, you think? What's the point of conscripting a bunch of fat otaku? Fair point. They just get in the way. War these days requires professional soldiers, says the fat otaku who doesn't want to go to war. There are barely any professional soldiers left in Japan. Our masters in America sent them all around the globe, and then stuck them there. You guys will probably be getting your conscription notices soon. Good luck. I'm a chick, so I don't care. Dang. Unlucky. In other words, if we get a sex change, we don't have to go, right? The real enemies of Japan are its own citizens, a-hole. So seriously, we're gonna be split up like Germany? It's likely. They say there's a provisional government forming in Okinawa. They're all set to abandon East Japan and just have America protect the West. Those incompetents in the government might honestly do it. Is this really the time to bash politicians? Traitor is shill! Traitor! Chill! Strategically, America can't let go of Okinawa, and Japan wants to keep some kind of government. That means that making a provisional government in Okinawa is the best option. You bashed the heck out of Okinawa up until now, and you're telling me this? Shut up, traitor. What the fuck? Shut up, traitor. So if I'm a traitor, what are you? If you're posting on @Chan right now, that means you either fled the country or ran to Okinawa. Is this today's you don't get to talk thread? What the hell? W. A shortened version of the supposed word... a shortened version of the Japanese word for laughter, warai. Supposedly it was first used in a non-Japanese online game. By adding a W to the end of a sentence or placing it in the middle, you can indicate that you find the situation humorous. On anonymous internet message boards, adding more W's, such as www, can be used to increase the amount of laughter, or indicate that you're mocking an opponent. Examples of sentences including W are, wow, and I'm getting excited. Whoa. Jesus. Using W's in this way is sometimes called making grass grow, because of the way they look. Okay. Strange, but alright. Alright. The reason it took a month to get to Okinawa was that we were losing the war. Supposedly, the plan had been to ferry me by plane to Okinawa once I'd arrived at Iruma base. But the constant bombing had slowed us down, so they gave up on the plane and decided I would escape to Kyushu by ground. Lots of advanced reading. There was more than one attack by Soviet spies and assault teams. Some of the SDF soldiers protecting me died. But when I got to Sasebo, I was able to get on a maritime SDF escort ship and managed to escape to Okinawa. Why were they doing all this for me? No matter how many times I asked, no one would answer. Okinawa in winter was covered in thick clouds. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen a real break in the clouds for a whole month. I was thinking about that when I was loaded into a van with dark-tinted windows that had come to pick me up from the port. Inside the car was not only the driver, but a middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat. He was very short, perhaps only around 150 centimeters tall. But he had the air of a military veteran, and even though he was fully dressed, I could tell he was extremely muscular.
岡部倫太郎君だな。私は防衛省中央情報保全隊の下山という。
Shimoyama, Ministry of Defense. Ministry of Defense, one of the central ministries of Japan. It manages and operates the self-defense forces. In 2007, it changed its name from the Defense Agency to the Ministry of Defense.
これから空港に寄り道してから彼らの沖縄防衛局へ向かう。長旅で疲れているところ申し訳ないが、もうしばらく我慢してくれ。
Okinawa Defense Bureau. One of the 8 local defense bureaus of Japan. It is the center of Japan's Ministry of Defense in Okinawa.
Hi.
I'd heard that Tokyo had been destroyed. The major functions of the Japanese government were now headquartered out of the Okinawa Defense Bureau to allow for better cooperation with the American forces stationed nearby. That's what Shimoyama explained to me. In other words, the place I was heading to was the core of Japan's defenses. Once I arrived, would I understand why it was so important that all those soldiers were willing to die to protect me? 99% sure that it has something to do with time travel. The car stopped in front of Naha Airport for a while. Man, there's a lot of tips. An airport in Naha, Okinawa. It is the hub airport of the Okinawa area. The airport is also home to the Air Self-Defense Forces Naha Air Base. As of 2009, it was the 6th busiest airport in Japan, as measured by number of arriving travelers. And then I saw a surprising pair get aboard. Oh. Oh. Fubuki? Well, Yuki doesn't surprise me that much, but Fubuki, what?
君たちもユキさんと中瀬さんじゃないか。
I wasn't expecting to see them there. But they were the first people I knew who I'd met since coming to this world line. That alone was almost enough to make me cry. But still, I couldn't just sit there and be happy.
マユリの行方を知らないか。
大丈夫です。
Oh, nice. Yuki nodded as if trying to make me feel better.
さっきまで一緒だったんです。
一緒だった。
そうなんですよ。マユシーでしょ。ルミホちゃんでしょ。ルカ君、楓ちゃん。
Okay.
今朝空港に着いて、みんな防衛局というところで保護してもらえるというので待っていたんですが。さっき急に私と吹雪ちゃんだけ先に連れて行くと言われて、それでこの車に乗せられたらオカリンさんがいたってわけ。
とにかくみんなが無事でよかった。
Since Daru and Suzuha weren't mentioned, I was gonna ask about them, but
すまないが、積もる話は後にしてもらっていいだろうか。
Shimoyama cut me off and the car started moving.
沖縄防衛局には君たちのご家族もいずれ到着する予定だ。すでに我々の方で保護はしている。
本当ですか？よかった。
別行動になったお友達の皆さんもすぐ後ろの車に乗っている。離れ離れになるわけではないから安心していい。
That's really good, actually. I took a quick look and saw another identical van a little behind us. So Meyer and the others were there?
じゃあ
Oh, sorry.
後でまた会えるんですね。
もちろんだ。
Yuki let out a sigh of relief. But then I started to wonder about something else. Why were we split into different cars? This van could hold at least another 3 people if we squeezed tight. If we squeezed tight, it could easily hold everyone. Or was there some reason they'd put me, Yuki, and Fubuki into the same car? If you know, you know. The car drove alongside the Okinawa monorail for a while, and then went south down a wide bypass. Okinawa monorail, the only railway operating in Okinawa as of 2011. It runs approximately 13 kilometers between Naha Airport and Shuri Castle, with a 30-minute transit time and 15 stations along the way. Do you know what military convoys are? I don't even know what a convoy means.
暗いな。
何です？
Convoy. I still don't know what that means.
いや、こんなに店が並んでるのに、どこも真っ暗だから。
I'll shut up then. Or, you could just explain what a convoy is. I won't shoot you down, man. I just didn't know what it was. You'll find out soon. There were a lot of franchise restaurants, big supermarkets, cafeterias for tourists, and rent-a-car places all jammed together along the side of the road. But all of them were dead silent, and their lights were turned off. Yeah, 'cause they're at war, man. Barely any of the streetlights were turned on, and the only cars were Japanese and US military vehicles. I didn't see anyone out walking.
10日間制と午後5時以降の外出禁止令が出ているんだ。沖縄なら安全とは言ってもね、戦時下なんだよ。以前のようにはいかない。早く戦争など終わって元に戻ってほしいものだ。
Wartime, huh?
なあ岡部君、君の知っている沖縄は夜遅くまでもっと明るくて楽しい場所だったろ？
あ、どうでしょう。俺は沖縄は初めてなので。
それはもったいないな。なら次は楽しい旅行で来られることを祈っているよ。ここは本当にいい島だ。
The car headed up from the bypass over a land bridge, and then to another road. We quickly came to a long tunnel.
実は3人に防衛局に着く前に少しだけ質問をしたくてな。それでこうして同乗してもらった。
My guess was right. That meant there was something he wanted to ask just the 3 of us. But why us 3? I wasn't particularly close to Yuki or Fubuki. I'd only even started talking to them a few months ago. And then I shook my head. That was before the world line changed. Maybe things were different in this world line. I had no idea what my relationship was to anyone else in this world line. Since the SDF had been treating me so well, I didn't want to make Shimeyama suspicious. I decided it'd be best to leave most of the talking to Yuki and Fubuki.
Amane Yuki-san.
はい。
Shimeyama spoke to Yuki first. Yuki went stiff when her name was called. I could feel it even sitting next to her.
君は橋田至君とその妹さんがどこにいるか知らないだろうか。
Little sister. Probably talk about Suzuha, I bet. That must be Suzuha. That'd mean even in this world line, Suzuha had come from the future and gotten to know Yuki and the others while pretending to be Suzuha's sister. And the SDF evidently didn't know where Daru and Suzuha were.
いえ、私は。
Yuki fell silent and glanced over to me as if expecting help. But I didn't know where they were either. I didn't even have any memories of this world line, so I had no way of answering. But Yuki's attitude bothered me. It was as if she knew where they were and was deliberately hiding it, and that I was supposed to be hiding it too. I could figure that out. I'm sure Shimeyama could too. A strange tension filled the car. Yuki was trying to hide it. From whom?
ん？知らないかな？
Shimeyama turned around from the front passenger seat and asked again.
すみません。
Yuki bowed her head in apology.
でも君は橋田君とかなり親しいお付き合いをしているんだよね。恋人に何の連絡もないというのは。
Uh-oh.
携帯電話なんてもう使い物になってないじゃないですか。
連絡方法なら携帯以外にもいくらでもある。
でも本当に何も。
妹さんからも？
はい。
時に岡部君は橋田君と何か研究をしていたらしいね。
え？
I wasn't sure how to react when the conversation suddenly turned towards me. Researching? Researching what? Uh-oh. If I panic, I'll make them suspicious.
どんな研究をしていたんだね？
I just have to give them the most harmless answers I could.
研究というより、なんていうか、ちょっとした発明のアイデアというか。
発明？
竹とんぼに CCD カメラをつけて空撮ができないかとか。
Oh, he's referring to his future gadgets. A CCD camera, a charge-coupled device. Camera is a charge-coupled device. Oh my god. A charge-coupled device camera is a camera that uses semiconductors. In normal parlance, the term refers to any extremely small camera.
掃除機の排気をドライヤー代わりにしてみるとか。
ほう、なかなか面白いね。それじゃあ何かとんでもないものを作っていて、それを知られないために我々から逃げたというわけではないんだね。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
逃げた？
Damn, I responded. That was a mistake. But did that mean that Daru and Suzuha were hiding from the SDF amidst all this chaos? The SDF had risked their lives to protect me over the past month. Shouldn't I be asking them for help? I got even more confused.
知らないのならいいんだ。橋田君たちのことは保留にしておこう。
Somebody, please tell me what the right answer is. How am I supposed to respond here? This is a very dangerous situation, honestly.
中瀬克美さん、君には別に聞きたいことがあるんだ。
私
This time it was Fubuki's turn to jump up in her seat.
いやいや、そんなに緊張しなくていい。大したことじゃない。
Or so Shimiyama said, but Fubuki was clearly starting to get scared. Her reaction was strange. It was too strong. Maybe the self-defense forces weren't simply protecting us. For one thing, there was no way normal civilians like us merited such important treatment. But then, what were they after? No, I could guess. The time machine. This war started with Russia's time machine experiments. And of course, Nakabachi was involved. I'd learned from some of the soldiers that even in this world line he'd sought asylum in Russia. And Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036. If Suzuha was here in this era, that meant that it was Daru who made the time machine that brought her here. If you had a time machine, you could change the outcome of this war. It makes sense if that's what the Japanese government thought, and if that was why they were trying to capture Daru, Suzuha, and their friends. Once I realized that, the whole situation started to feel terrifying to me. Was this car really headed toward the Okinawa Defense Bureau? And if it was, were they really gonna keep us safe there?
先週、中瀬さんに受けてもらった健康診断なんだが。
何か悪いところでも見つかったんですか？
いや、東京で怪我をした傷も治りかけているし、体調には問題はない。ただ、ストレスがひどいようだね。まあ無理もない。あれだけひどい空襲をくぐり抜けてきたんだ。今やほとんどの民間人に PTSD があると言ってもいい。ただ君の場合、他の人とは少し違うようだ。随分とリアルな夢を見たりするとか。
Oh, he's talking about her having reading Steiner.
ひどい時には白チュームというのかな。現実と夢の区別がつかなくなることもあると聞いた。
だからそれが PTSD ってことじゃないんですか？
Fubuki was too scared to speak, so Yuki interrupted curtly. It was rare to see Yuki act like this. If nothing else, I'd never seen it before. It was plain now. Yuki didn't trust Shimiyama. In fact, she considered him an enemy.
いや、それが実に奇妙な話なんだが。
Shimiyama paused a moment for the effect and rubbed his chin.
中瀬さんと非常によく似た白チュームを見る人たちがいる。しかも一人や二人じゃない。もちろん程度の差はあるが、国内だけでもすでに十数名ほど見つかっている。どうやら海外にもいるようだ。まあ、西側諸国の情報しかないがね。
そんなのただの偶然じゃ。
Fubuki was incredibly frightened, so I spoke in her place.
プーシンを知っているだろう？
Pushin? I've not. Pushin, fictional. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. From 2000 to 2008, he was the second president of Russia. After 2008, he became its prime minister, a former KGB agent. How is that fictional? That sounds like something real. I mean, I don't know anything about that, so it could very well not be an actual thing, but that sounds like it'd be an actual thing. Wait, is that a copyright way of saying Putin? That's a copyright way of saying Putin, isn't it? Oh my god. Steins Gate version of the current Russian leader. I gotcha. I got it. Suddenly, Shimayama turned his gaze towards me and asked me a question.
プーシン
Mochi, how could you think that Pushin is obviously a cat? True. Also, hey Sav, good to see you.
ソ連の書記長ですよね
I almost said the president of Russia, but managed to stop myself. Hey, buddy. The Soviet Union still existed in this world line. Putin's title was General Secretary, not President. I'd heard that during my time at Iruma.
そう。だが、中瀬さんは興味深いことに、プーチンがロシアの大統領だと答えたとか。
Uh-oh. What?
すみません。なんか寝ぼけてたんです。それに私、勉強とか全然ダメで。
いや、そうじゃない。白チュームを見る人たちの特徴の一つなんだ。皆一様にそう口にする。プーチン大統領とね。ゴリバチョフやレリツィンのことも大統領と呼ぶものばかりだ。
Alright, and then we've got Gorbachev and Lenin. I think that's Lenin at least. I'm just gonna say Lenin. Or maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe I'll just say what they got. Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin, a former USSR politician. After the fall of the Soviet Union, he became the first president of the Russian Federation, as well as its prime minister. Died in 2007. Okay, maybe that's not Lenin. Gorbachev. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. The last leader of the USSR, he executed the Perestroika plan and brought the Cold War to an end.
そのおかげで研究者たちは陰で大統領病とか呼んでるそうだが、センスのないネーミングだな。
No way! Is he talking about reading Steiner? There was a strong chance that people besides me had that power, even if not as acutely. I mean, thanks to the true ending of OG Steins Gate, we do know that everyone possesses reading Steiner, probably just not as strong as Okabe's. In this timeline, Lenin lived to be 100 plus. Jesus. I never found out for sure, but what Ferris had said in the Alpha World line certainly suggested it. So it was certainly possible that Shimayama's waking dreams were actually the effects of reading Steiner. If they were all aware of the world line shift a month ago, just like me, if Fubuki had the same memories of the other world line that I had, it'd make perfect sense that she called Puchin a president.
ゴリバチョフレリチン
知らないのかね？世界史の授業でやっただろう。
私、高校時代からずっと理系だったもので。
常識だと思っていたが、今の若い子は知らないのか。最近の学生がここまで不勉強とはね。
They don't need to be that harsh, Jesus.
岡部君は知っているだろう。ゴリバチョフやレリツィンくらい。
ええまあ
ベルリンの壁の崩壊やペレストロイカも。
Dude, there has been like so many tips in the span of like 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. Perestroika, Russian for restructuring a policy of economic revolution via the introduction of market-oriented economics that was implemented in 1985 by the Soviet Union. Originally, it was an attempt to reboot a stalled socialist economy. but it led to the end of the Communist Party's one-party dominance and the collapse of the USSR. Berlin Wall. After World War II, the capital of Germany, Berlin, was divided into two sides. The eastern side was controlled by the Soviet Union, and the western by America, England and France. Later, Germany would split into West Germany and East Germany. The portion of Berlin in East Germany remained its capital, but West Berlin remained occupied by the Allied powers while being cut off from the rest of West Germany, which lay approximately 100 miles to the west. In 1961, East Germany built a wall around the city in response to continuing attempts by its citizens to seek asylum in the West Berlin. This was the Berlin Wall. Until its destruction in 1989, it was a symbol of the divide between East and West Germany. Additionally, West Berlin was never officially West German territory. It simply operated as a stand-in for foreign affairs and currency administration. Jeez.
はい。それも教科書で。
I mean, I knew what the Berlin Wall was, and that was just a lot to read. The second after the words were out of my mouth, an alarm went off in my mind. Something was wrong. There was something strange about what Shimeyama was saying. And then I realized. The East and West were caught up in the middle of a world war. How could the Berlin Wall have fallen? And could Gorbachev really execute Perestroika? By the time I realized he tricked me, it was too late. My panic appeared on my face. Ah, shit.
ん？君もそうだったのか。そしてそれを恋に隠そうとしたね。
Uh-oh. Actual 10,000 IQ Shimeyama.
やはり情報通りなんだな。君は何か重大なことを知っている。なあ、岡部君。教えてほしいんだが。
Shimeyama suddenly laughed. It was a bitter laugh, almost eerily so.
ゴリバチョフ？レリツィン？君たちが口にするそれは一体誰なんだ？我々はもちろんアメリカのあらゆる情報機関にもそんな人物のデータは存在しないんだ。
Doesn't exist? I looked over at Yuki. From the look on her face, I could tell that she really had no idea who they were.
ペレストロイカだの、ベルリンの壁崩壊だの、それは本当にあったことなのか？答えてくれ。
But I couldn't answer. I was thinking of something completely different. I suddenly realized why the world line might have changed a month ago on Christmas Eve. What if Russia used the time machine that day in an experiment to change the past? Oh, honestly, yeah. How would they have gotten it that fast, though? Without the stuff from Kurisu. Because they weren't able to get that stuff from Kurisu yet. That's interesting. The goal of the experiment would have been to stop the collapse of the Soviet Union. And as a result, it changed all that stuff about Russia, it seems. And if the result of them changing the past was this world line... How foolish. A single change of the past and the butterfly effect makes the entire world so different. Butterfly effect. A part of chaos theory that says if a butterfly flaps its wings in Beijing, a storm will occur in New York. Even a small change in starting conditions can lead to radically different results. Chaos theory states that it can be difficult to predict the outcomes of a system even if the equations describing it are extremely simple. But this does not mean, however, that these outcomes are random. It means that even a minor change in the process can cause an unexpected divergence in the results. Also, this theory does not apply to short-term predictions. Did they know how many people had died?
君や君の友達には 本当に他の世界の歴史が見えているのか？私にはとても信じられない。頭のおかしい学者どものたわごとにしか。
He was about to push me further when... Uh-oh. We heard the sound of an incoming call on a cell phone. Didn't they say the cell phones didn't work? Shumiyama grunted and took his phone out of his pocket.
下山だ。ああ、今防衛局へ。何？どういうことだ、それは。くそ、これだからバカどもは。あいつらどこの国の政治家だ。
Shumiyama's fingers slammed down on the end call button, so hard I thought the phone would break. There was a look of rage on his face.
行き先変更だ。嘉手納基地へ向かえ。第2ゲートだ。
Kadena Base. Also another tip. Kadena Air Base, an American Air Force base in Japan. It has twice the area of Tokyo International Airport. Wow. His words were filled with irritation as he spoke to the driver. Changing destinations? Who was he just talking to? As I sat there confused, Shimiyama started to call someone else.
下山だ。行き先を変更する。嘉手納基地の第2ゲート前で落ち合う。
That was all he said before he hung up.
どういうことですか？
状況が変わった。これから岡部君は米軍基地に行ってもらう。
Uh-oh.
そのまま米軍機でアメリカ行き、なんていう楽しい旅行が待っているかもしれんな。
America?
せめてファーストクラスを準備するよう要求しておくが、期待はしないでほしい。あいつらは我々の言うことなど、飼い犬の吠え声としか思ってない。
なんでアメリカに？
CIA か NSC か知らんが、君の即時引き渡しを求めているそうだ。
NSC? The NSC, the American National Security Council, an organization that works directly for the White House and advises the president on national security matters. It consists of the president, the vice president, the security of state, the security of the treasury, and the security of defense. Secretary. I meant to say secretary, not security. That reminded me once I saw an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that sometimes researchers just for the laughs will make a paper on nonsensical stuff, and that he once saw one that was titled, "We Caught the Butterfly That Caused Hurricane Katrina." Man. I mean, butterfly effect, it can... I feel like the butterfly effect can be a real thing, honestly. That's why I think even, like, researching stuff like time travel is dangerous. Because the irreparable effects it can have can be big.
だからなぜ？
そんなことはあいつらに直接聞け。
And then he turned back towards the front and fell silent, refusing to answer any of my questions. The car went down the road for a while until we got off on an exit that read South Okinawa. We stopped in front of the gate. Several US soldiers had evidently been waiting for my arrival.
君をアメリカに渡したら、もう我々のところには正しい情報なんて一つも降りてこなくなるだろう。だから、これが最後の機会だ。
Shimiyama turned around from the front passenger seat and looked straight at me. His eyes were desperate and begging.
教えてくれ。我々はこの先、どうすればいいんだ。頼む。
Scientists have fun with the titles of papers sometimes. Example, fantastic yeast and where to find them. But no serious scientist would risk their career on something like that because you could lose your credentials. Ah. I remembered all the soldiers in Tokyo who'd fought so desperately to protect me. Were they fighting to help someone else in Tokyo right now, or were they already?
俺にはわかりません。
岡部君。
本当にわからないんです。俺一人の力でこの戦争をどうにかできると思いますか？ゴリバチョフやレリツィンがロシアの大統領になるとか、東西冷戦を劇的に終結させるとか、そんな歴史を知っていたところでどうにもならない。
I can't believe he just straight up told them. Well, okay. I could hear the sound of another car getting closer. Shimiyama sighed and opened the passenger side door.
降りたまえ。
I exited the car as I was told. Oh, thank God. Soldier Mayuri ready for duty. Something about Mayuri in a soldier outfit, man. Maishdes! Man. Mayuri got out of the van behind us and ran over to me. Oh, that's precious. My childhood friend flung herself into my arms, and I held her tight. I could feel her warmth. Mayuri was here. I'd never gone almost a whole month without seeing her before. And this was wartime. I couldn't easily contact her like in the old world line. So I'd been worried about whether or not Mayuri was okay. It was no exaggeration to say that I'd survived this far just to make sure. I had erased the entire Alpha world line to save her. No matter what happened, I wanted her to be safe. Oh!
悪い。
I'd held her too closely. I took a step back. Are we about to see military Ferris? Oh. Fairly normal, actually. I heard two more voices I recognized. Ferris and Luca, and behind them I saw Kaide.
みんなもよく無事で。
岡部さん。
Oh.
ルカ子。
I felt myself getting choked up too when I saw Lukako cry. I exchanged greetings with Kaede too. Fubuki had grabbed onto her like a little kid. She was still pale and trembling.
フェリス。さすがにメイド服じゃないんだな。
フェリスって呼ばれたのも久しぶりにゃ。
I like how she still keeps saying Nya. Ferris spoke sadly, then she put her hand around my neck and held me close. Her little pink lips got close to my ear as if she was about to kiss me, Ayo.
おい。
What was going on?
照れることないにゃ。
She laughed mischievously, then Ferris, no, Rumiho Akiha, whispered into my ear while pretending to kiss me.
気をつけて。防衛省の人も米軍の人も信用してはダメ。
Oh shit.
大人は嘘だらけ。みんな本当のこと言わないわ。
That's right. Ferris had a special talent. Cheshire Break. Cheshire Cat, a fictional grinning cat in Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. I'm surprised they just got to say that freely. Or maybe it was public domain at this point already. She's incredibly good at looking into someone's heart and seeing what they were thinking.
ああ、思い知ったよ。
One of them just tricked me. Ferris looked surprised and took a step back.
悲しいに
そうだな。
And then I heard the sound of another engine. This time it was coming from beyond the gate, and inside the base. It belonged to a black luxury car with an E on the license plate behind it. Behind it was a minibus. The two of them stopped in front of the gate. It was time for my reunion to end.
Welcome!
An American soldier as tall as a basketball player got out of the car.
ようこそ皆さん。私、ハモンドです。歓迎します。
His Japanese was good, but not great.
では、ミスター岡部以外の皆さんはバスに乗ってください。
He was smiling, but I could tell he wasn't going to allow any arguments. And the other American soldiers were still carrying their rifles, as they stood guard without smiles. Shumayama and the other Japanese soldiers were watching us from a distance. They didn't try to stop us, they were just looking downwards.
オカリン以外ってどういうこと？
怖がらなくていいです。皆さんには少し話を聞かせてもらいます。でも後ですぐに沖縄防衛局へ送ります。さあ、どうぞ。
オカリン。
大丈夫だ。安心しろ。
でも。
ユキさん、参りを頼みます。
はい。
Yuki nodded and put her arm around Mayuri's shoulder as she led her to the bus. Everyone else followed.
俺の両親によろしく言っておいてくれ。
Oh. Once everyone but me was on, the minibus left immediately. The area in front of the gate fell silent. It was hard to believe this existed in the same world line as all the places I'd crossed on my escape through Japan's main island.
さて、それではミスター岡部、あなたはどうぞこちらの車へ。
He told me to get in the back seat of the black luxury car. What would happen to me once I got inside? I tried to think about it, but realized there was nothing I could do. I was just about to get into the car when...
岡部君逃げろ。アメリカへ行ったらもう生きて戻れ。
Oh my... Shumiyama's scream was cut off by the sound of gunfire. At the corner of my eyes, I saw the American soldiers firing without hesitation. Jesus Christ, man! No way. I tried to turn around when...
乗って。
A large hand blocked my vision as Hammond held me down. I couldn't hear Shimiyama's voice anymore. Through the gaps between his fingers, I could see that nothing was moving. And I knew exactly what that meant. I was shoved into the car before I had time to think about it. They killed that guy off rip! Jesus Christ!
こんなの。
I tried to open my mouth, but Hammond looked into my eyes and shook his head. I wasn't supposed to talk then. You know, the saddest thing is, since we're still in beta world line, since we're over 1, that guy is always fated to die right there. Jesus. Hammond sat next to me and then closed the door. The car started to move. Soon we turned down a different road than the one the minibus was taking. America, huh? I'd never been there before. What were they gonna do to me there? Use me as a guinea pig? Cut open my head and dissect my brain? I probably wasn't gonna be able to do any tourist things. I felt like screaming, but tried my best to stay calm.
あなたに会わせたい人がいます。
Hammond suddenly spoke. Then he handed me something. I took it before I even looked at what it was. When I checked, it was a normal smartphone.
ロックはかかっていません。そこのボタンを押して。
Oh, wrong one. Confused, I pressed the button as I was told. And then something appeared on the screen. What's wrong? Oh! Oh, I see.
クリス
It was the Amadeus Kurisu Makise. I feel like that this was supposed to be voiced. But it isn't, for some reason.
なんで米軍がアマデウスを
I was about to ask Hammond when, for the first time in about a month, that feeling came back. Wait, really? Just like that? Oh, okay. Wait, I don't remember the specific... It looks like we just went back to the same world line we were before, but I don't remember the specific numbers. The whole world in all its colors began to shift. I know we went down by 0.2, but I can't remember the big number we were before. It was a feeling of instability, like my brain was unable to recognize where it was, and then the dizziness and a sense of falling, like you get when you're anemic. I could hear the blood vessels deep within my ears, and they sounded really loud. The sense of floating finally stopped, and my surroundings coalesced into firm shapes. I was in front of... Mayuri was in front of me. Hold on, let me check something. Okay. I was in the lab, in the room I knew well. There was no trace of Okinawa anywhere.
そんなに見つめられたら、まゆし恥ずかしいんだけど。
I realized that I was staring at Mayuri. I looked around the room. Daru was sitting in front of the PC like always, hunched over with his back towards me. Suzuha was reading a magazine on the couch. On the open page, I could read the title, New Encephalitis Strikes Worldwide. Are you in danger? We still have Amadeus. Can we talk to her? We cannot. We cannot talk to Amadeus. But Amadeus is still here. We still have the app on our phone. So that's a good thing, I would assume. What happened to the Christmas party? That's what I'm wondering. Also, we jumped up by like a month. The same couch, the same cheap fridge, Daru's computer desk, the dirty curtain that cut off the development room from the rest of the lab. The wall clock, which I'd picked up out of a garbage dump, told me it was past 6. I looked at the calendar, and 2010 was already gone. It was January 2011. The world line had changed again. I was... back? To the old world line?
なあマユリ ここって秋葉原だよな。
I would assume so. So then what was the point of showing us what just happened then?
違うのか。
秋葉原だよ。
Oh, that's what I want to know. What was the point? And also, who changed it again? Is a good question.
今日って何日だっけ？
Don't trust the US military? I guess. Wait, do you think Daru and Suzuha changed it, maybe? Because they like mentioned that like they were trying to hide them, basically. I assume so.
21日。
ゴリバチョフ知ってるか？
ゴリバチョフ？どこかで聞いたことがあるような。
ペレストロイカっしょ。恐ろしや。あ、でもゴリビーってソ連時代だっけ？やっぱロシアといえばプーシンしょ。目の前で睨まれたらしょんべんちびる自信あるね。
プーシンさんなら知ってるよ。ロシアの大統領さんだよね。実はワンコが好きなんだよ。秋田犬を飼ってるんだって。
Did you know he likes
ニュースでやって
dogs?
た。
大統領。あ、そうだ。大統領だ。
Mayuri, Daru, and Suzuha all looked over at me suspiciously. It felt like a long time since anyone had looked at me that way. I was back. I no longer had to worry that I might be killed at any second. I felt incredibly relieved. But at the same time, I wondered. Why had the world line changed again? I needed to calm down and think for a bit. So, we're just gonna say for now that it was probably Daru and Suzuha. I think that'd be the best assumption, right, Golden? I couldn't think of anyone else. I mean, realistically, it could be anyone, but who knows. I went up to the roof and booted up the web browser on my smartphone. Unlike during wartime, it connected immediately. It was 4 degrees Celsius. True. I was amazed at the speed. Just getting an internet connection in the last world line had been difficult enough. I started by searching for Gorbachev, and the results came back instantly. Perestroika. The Soviet Union's first and last president. The August coup d'etat and the collapse of the Soviet Union. All the keywords I hoped to see were there. As soon as I confirmed that the Soviet Union was dismantled at the end of the 20th century and no longer existed, I closed the browser. Then why had the world line shifted again? I hadn't done anything. I didn't have any way to affect the divergence value. So what had changed it? Had whoever had performed the first experiment in Russia undone it? Had they watched its progress for a month and then been satisfied? Were they going to keep doing it? And if they did, would I be caught up in it each time?
Sam.
It was a mistake to come outside without a coat on. Nothing I could come up with by myself would be anything more than a guess. I went back to the lab. The wreaths we put up at the entrance for the Christmas party were still up.
クリスマスパーティーか。
It had only been a month, hadn't it? It felt like a million years ago. I had no memories of what I'd done in this world line after the Christmas party.
ああ、そういえば飾り付け放置したまんまだっけ。いい加減外さないとな。パーティーの時にオカリンと吹雪氏が倒れたっしょ。それでバタバタしちゃってちゃんと片付けできてないんだよね。
Oh, okay. So we are back to the old world line. Because I remember as that world line was, like, changing, that they had collapsed. Okay.
俺と中瀬さんが倒れた。
Yes. Was that when the world line changed? Everyone remembered that I'd collapsed at the Christmas party. Which means I'd come back to the same world line as the one I'd been in before. If this was Russia's doing, it was terrifying to think that they could control the world line to that degree. And there was one more thing. It worried me that Fubuki had collapsed too. I stood there, lost in thought. Daru and Mayuri looked a little concerned.
オカリン、
そういえば中瀬さんの具合はどうなのかなって思ってな。
I quickly came up with an excuse.
吹雪ちゃん、まだ入院してるんだ。
Jesus!
入院？もう1ヶ月近く経ってるのにか？
本人は大丈夫だって言ってるんだけど、ちっとも退院させてもらえないんだって。
I've heard that lately, unless you were really, really sick, they wouldn't let you stay in the hospital for very long. Is Fubuki sick with something? Or maybe they've caught on about the Ridding Steiner thing. They're, like, testing her or something.
これの疑いが晴れないらしいね。
They're studying her, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Suzuha whispered as she held up the page of the magazine she was reading. New encephalitis strikes worldwide. Are you in danger?
新型脳炎。
I borrowed the magazine. They were talking about this last November. I'd seen a glimpse of it on the news. Outside of Japan, they'd seen almost 100 people, albeit with mild symptoms. In Japan, there were 10 people who being kept at hospitals for examinations, or so it said. So it had made its way to Japan? And one of those 10 was Fubuki then. Was it transmissible by air? We didn't catch it at the Christmas party, did we? I knew that getting nervous wouldn't help anything, but still, I wondered.
ねえ、オカリンも一度病院で見てもらった方がいいんじゃないかな。あの時のオカリン、吹雪ちゃんよりもっと具合悪そうだったよ。
ああ、考えておくよ。
I gave a half-hearted answer to Mayuri and turned back to the magazine. Strange, symptoms being found all over the world. Cause unknown. Sudden memory loss. Memories differ from those of the people around you. Losing all sense of the passage of time. Losing the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality. And sometimes having waking dreams. This is basically reading Steiner, yeah. The article was filled with things like that. This was like...
まるでリーディングシュタイナーみたいじゃないか。
Yeah. And it matched exactly what Shimuyama had told me in the other world line.
随分とリアルな夢を見たりするとか。ひどい時には白チュームというのかな。現実と夢の区別がつかなくなることもあると聞いた。中瀬君と非常によく似た白チュームを見る人たちがいる。しかも一人や二人じゃない。
Interesting. I'd wondered back then if Fubuki possessed Rating Steiner too. I mean, she definitely does. Okay, so basically everyone does have Rating Steiner. It's just some have it a lot, a lot harsher than others. Like, obviously, Okabe's Rating Steiner is the most potent, I guess you could say. Like, his is basically, like, the best one. Because he's the only one that actually has the knowledge that the world line genuinely changed. Meanwhile, Fubuki's is similar in strength, but she can't process the knowledge that something's different or something's changed. She just thinks that this happened or this will happen, basically. Okabe's the pro. Basically, yeah. I'd wondered back then if Fubuki possessed Reading Steiner too. Maybe the reason she collapsed at the Christmas party wasn't some new disease, but the unexpected activation of Reading Steiner. That'd mean her diagnosis was wrong. The unnecessary tests and treatments they gave her wouldn't help a bit. It looked like I needed to talk to Fubuki. I ended up going over that day. She was at a large general hospital with a medical student department located in Ochinomizu. It was close enough to Akihabara I could walk, and getting there was easy. Since she might get the wrong idea if I went alone, I encouraged Mayuri to come with me. I hoped it would look like I was only coming as an afterthought. But it ended up being a bigger deal than I expected. When they heard that Mayuri was going, Yuki and Kaide decided to come too. Evidently, they all had been to visit Fubuki several times before, and they knew exactly where she was located. They walked down the halls without hesitation. It was almost 8 when visiting hours ended, so we needed to hurry. But as we passed by a nurse's station, there was a minor commotion. A woman in her late 40s wearing a gray jersey was yelling at the doctors and nurses.
いい加減にしてよ。いつになったら退院できるの？
Oh.
ですから必要な検査と治療を行った後にですね。
治療なんて何にもしてないじゃない。しかもちょっとした検査のはずがなんで1ヶ月も出られないの？仕事はどうしてくれるの？
落ち着いてください。この病気は未知の部分が多く、十分な検査を行って慎重に治療をしませんと危険なのです。
嘘。テレビじゃそんなに大変な病気じゃないから安心しろみたいに言ってたわよ。
ですからそれは適切な検査と治療を行うことが前提です。先ほども突然のめまいを起こしたと看護師からの報告が来ています。
あれは夕飯が遅いからお腹が空いて貧血になっただけよ。私は元気なの。さっさと退院させて。
The woman was about ready to grab the doctor by the throat. Several female nurses held her back, then dragged her off somewhere with reassuring words.
びっくりしたわ。ふぶきちゃんは大丈夫かな？
The girls hurried even faster down the hallway. Fubuki was in a 4-person room at the very end of the hallway. We hesitantly peeked inside. Oh god.
この声。
We could hear moaning coming from beyond the curtains, surrounding Fubuki's bed. Mayuri went pale and hurriedly ripped them open.
ふぶきちゃん。
Wait a minute. Wait. That's the same headset that they were putting on Kagare in PR, wasn't it? Isn't it? That looks familiar. I'm not crazy, right? That looks like the exact same headset that they were trying to put on Kagare. Fubuki made a strange noise and spun around as we came in. I looked closer and saw that she was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed. watching a show on the LCD TV attached to it. Her eyes were red and swollen with tears, but given the fact that she had a stick of Pocky in her mouth, she was probably just crying over a soap opera. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. Fubuki wiped away her tears and welcomed us with her usual smile.
マユシーはドキドキしちゃったよ。ふぶきちゃんが泣いてるって思って。紛らわしいんだから。ごめんごめん。
Even as she apologized, she tossed another chocolate-coated stick into her mouth. You know, I'm actually surprised they didn't have a tip for Pocky. Although I guess if you're Japanese, you probably know what Pocky is, like the back of your hand. And this might be a hot take, but I don't really care for Pocky that much. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not, like, amazing, you know what I mean? Her hair was tied up, and she was wearing some kind of headgear. At first, I thought it was just that she was too lazy to do her hair, but evidently not. There were cords coming out of the headgear that were attached to a belt around her waist. I mean, they had Okinawa as a tip. If you're Japanese, you probably know about Okinawa. True, actually. Were they monitoring her brainwaves? As unobtrusively as possible, I took a look at the other patients around the room. They were all wearing the same headgear. They may have been giving it to all the encephalitis patients.
ふぶきちゃん、ごめんね。みんなで押しかけちゃって。とんでもない。大歓迎だよ。それに、オカリンさんまで来てくれるとは思わなかった。
Fubuki stared at me intently. She'd never done that before, so I started to wonder if there was something on my face.
俺と同じように倒れたって言うから気になってたんだ。具合は？
全然平気。なんで退院できないのかほんとわかんないよ。毎日毎日検査するだけで他には何にもやることないし、退屈で退屈で。しかもさ、病室って携帯禁止なんだよね。メールしたくてもロビーまで行かないとダメだし、夜9時になると勝手に消灯されちゃうから深夜アニメも見られないし。
I'd get so aggravated. Well, I mean, I've had a similar experience when I was in the hospital for a week, but I won't go too deep into that.
もう信じられない。
Her bed was surrounded with portable game consoles, magazines, a miniature DVD player, anything to stave off boredom. And given all the half-empty boxes of snacks, it was hard to believe that the disease was as serious as they said on the news.
オカリンさんは大丈夫なの？
ああ、マユリにも言ったが、この通り、なんともない。
そっか、よかった。
She seemed truly relieved, but she was still staring at me. And suddenly Kaede started to fidget. Not only that, but she blushed, then glanced at me and then almost started to cry. She was acting really weird. Huh?
ん？楓ちゃん？どうかした？
Kaede started fidgeting even more when she realized that everyone was looking at her. But she had no choice but to go over and whisper something in Fubuki's ear. What the f- I'm confused as hell. What? The other girls tried to quiet Fubuki down. This was a hospital and there were other patients in the room. We couldn't make a fuss.
だって皆さん、ちょっと聞いてくださいよ。ここにいらっしゃる来島楓さんってば、 私とオカリンさんがみんなに隠れてこっそり付き合ってるんじゃないかって疑ってるんですよ。
What? Where did that come from? What? That was our turn to keep from shouting in surprise.
何を言い出すんだ。
だってまゆりちゃんの話だと今日ふぶきちゃんのお見舞いに行こうと言い出したのってオカリンさんなんですよね。
It doesn't mean they're in love, dude. Jesus.
それはまあそうだが。
There was another reason, but I couldn't say that.
それにさっきからふぶきちゃんとオカリンさん愛おしそうに見つめ合ってるし。
Staring longingly.
愛おしそうに見つめてないから。そうじゃなくて
Fubuki tried to scratch her hair, but the headgear blocked her way, and she gave up.
ちょっとリアルな夢をね見ちゃって。
リアルな夢。
I was startled. That may have been what I wanted to find out.
今日の夕方くらいかな。少しうとうとしてたんだ。やることもないし暇すぎちゃって。そしたらなんかね、あんまり詳しくは覚えてないんだけど、私とオカリンさんとユキさんが怖い人に車に乗せられてどこかへ連れて行かれる夢を見ちゃったんだ。
Alright, so she just had a flashback of the previous world line.
私も出てくるの？うん。
It was the same. That meant Fubuki had experienced the same things I'd gone through in the other world line. And this evening would have been the same time I was experiencing it. I peeked through the curtains to make sure that none of the hospital staff were around.
みんな悪いが中瀬さんと二人で話をさせてくれないか。
Man, they're just gonna keep saying that you're in love with her or something if you phrase it like that. Oh my god.
まさか。
違うって。
Wasn't really sure how to handle that reaction.
それはマユシーたちには聞かれたくないこと？
病気のことについてなんだ。
You think he's gonna tell her everything?
わかった。
Mayuri nodded and went outside the curtains. The other two looked bothered, but they followed her.
中瀬さん、君の話した夢なんだが、もしかして場所は沖縄じゃなかったか？
え？そうだね。うん、多分沖縄だったと思う。車に乗ってる時にそういう看板を見た気がする。
車に乗ってたのは俺と君、そしてユキさん、他に運転手と背の低い自衛隊の男。
うん。
男の名前は下山。
Fubuki suddenly went pale. A dream about being in a car in Okinawa could be written off as coincidence, but knowing the exact name of the man in the shared dream was a different matter entirely.
どうして？
その男は君に白チュームの話をした。ロシアの大統領の話も。 そして俺たちは米軍基地に連れて行かれた。そこでマユリたちと合流して俺とは別れた。
Fubuki was too stunned to speak. There was no room for doubt. My suspicion turned into a certainty. Fubuki had a stronger reading Steiner than most people, and remembered the other world line as a relatively realistic dream.
夢の中でその下山って人が言ってた。オカリンさんも私と同じで別の世界の記憶を持ってるんだって。
ああ。
それって本当だったんだ。
ああ。
I hesitated for a moment, but then I gave her a brief explanation of my own reading Steiner ability. The one thing I wanted to make sure she understood was that her dreams weren't caused by an illness. But her reaction wasn't what I expected.
だったら他にもいるかも。病気じゃない人。
そうなのか？
暇だからみんなとね、よく話をするんだ。自分の見た夢の話。それがものすごくそっくりでびっくりすることがあって。ついさっきもね、隣の部屋に入院してる小学生の子が言ってた。ここで仲良くなった子なんだけど、一度も行ったことないはずなのに沖縄にいる夢を見たって。戦争で東京が燃えちゃって自衛隊に助けられて沖縄へ逃げる夢だったって。
そうか。
Oh no. If that was true, then it wasn't just Fubuki. There were other patients who were being kept in the hospital for no reason, who didn't have any kind of disease at all.
お医者さんに話した方がいい？
いや、とてもじゃないが信じてもらえるとは思えない。それどころか妄想がひどくなったって診断されたりでもしたら。
そっか。
他の人にもまだ黙っていた方がいい。騒ぎになったら大変だ。
And then Yuki poked her head through the curtain. Oh god.
岡部さん、看護師さんがこっちに来ます。
面会時間おしまいですよ。
I looked at the clock. It was well past 8.
バタバタしちゃってごめんね、ふぶきちゃん。今度はゆっくりできるように早めに来るね。ああ、まゆし、言っちゃやだ。
No.
でもナースさんに怒られちゃうよ。そんなの別にいいよ。今夜は私と一緒に寝て。
Fubuki was back to her usual self. She grabbed Mayuri's hand and held it tight. Kaede chuckled and forced her to let go.
なるべく来てあげるから。わがまま言っちゃダメ。
Okay. So something I've noticed, chat, is that in Steins Gate, you don't get a sprite if you're not incredibly important to the story. So what is Kaide's relevance gonna be, I wonder? That's what's on my mind. Because Steins Gate has ingrained it into me, like, if you get a sprite, that means you are going to serve a significant purpose. So I'm wondering what Kaide's going to be.
なるべくじゃやだよ。明日も明後日も放課後になったら来て。暇で死んじゃう。
Kaede traitor. I hope not, man. Fubuki flailed her arms and legs about. It was a bit too deliberate, if you ask me. Kaede patted her on the head.
はいはい。それじゃあ、またね。
Mayuri and Yuki went over to pat her too, and before long she looked like a little puppy in a kennel being petted. We left her behind and exited the room. I was the last to leave, and before I did, I turned around and saw Fubuki staring at us from the bed. Our eyes met, so I nodded a little. It's okay. You're not sick, so don't worry. She is the one who pointed out the co-shell numbers. Yeah, but if she was a traitor, why would she help them? You know. It's okay. You're not sick, so don't worry. I don't know if she understood what I meant, but she nodded back. Oh. Massage. Oh, shoot, sorry. I want to talk in private. I'll wait for you to contact me. Oh, wait. Was that, like, significant? Oh. The hospital halls were strangely silent after visiting hours were over. Something in the short message made me feel very tense. After I said my goodbyes to the other, I contacted Susaha. She told me to come to the top of the radio building. When I arrived, she was standing silently on the dark roof. There was no trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes shone in the darkness, and as she glared at me, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This was not the Susaha I was used to. Maybe this was her true self. Whatever she wanted to talk to me about, I was sure I wasn't gonna like it.
悪かったね、オカリンおじさん。こんなところに呼び出しちゃって。
話ってなんだ？
うん。私はなんていうか、話の駆け引きとか上手な情報の引き出し方とかそういうの苦手でさ。
From the way she stumbled over her words, it was clearly something she didn't want to talk about.
単刀直入に言ってくれ。以前のお前なら多分そうしていただろ
う。そうだね。
もしかして俺のこと気遣ってくれてるのか？そうか。ありがと
う。別にそんなんじゃ。
Susaha got a little annoyed and tried to say something back to me, but ended up swallowing her words.
実は俺、最初はちょっとショックだったんだ。お前が俺のよく知ってる鈴葉と全然違ったから。
Wait, what's going on?
それは仕方ない。世界線が違えば、育った環境もそこで出来上がる人格や考え方も変わる。
Wait, is this the one from the previous one? So was I right? Was it Daru and Susaha who changed it back?
ああ。でも、今はそうは思わない。鈴葉はやっぱり鈴葉だよ。
いや、やっぱり私は違う。オカリンおじさんのよく知ってる天音鈴葉じゃない。
鈴葉。
今日、私はオカリンおじさんを尾行したんだ。
Oh?
尾行？
そう、病院の中までずっと。
What did she say? Why would she do that? No, I knew the answer without even asking. There was only one reason she'd do something like that.
俺が世界線を移動したことに気づいたのか？
あのクリスマスの夜におじさんにリーディングシュタイナーが発動したんじゃないかとずっと疑ってたんだ。あの日だけじゃない、今日もだ。それで確信に変わったよ。
I deliberately avoided telling Suzuha that the world line had changed. It was obvious that she'd react like this.
聞かせて。ここはもう前の世界線とは変わってしまったのか？
聞いてどうする？
いいから答えて。
Oh my god!
これは命令だ、岡部倫太郎。
I wasn't expecting that. Jesus. I gulped as I saw her pull a gleaming pistol out from her jacket. It was aimed right between my eyes.
冗談だよな。
Oh, sorry.
冗談でこんなことはしない。
I felt like Suzuha was trying to revert to who she was when I'd first come to the Beta World line. A woman who put her mission above everything else. She was so desperate it hurt to even look at her. What would happen if she shot me here? I imagined myself lying on the ground in a pool of blood. In my mind, the image overlapped with Karisu's dead body. I closed my eyes and grit my teeth, trying to avoid a flashback. I'd spent the last month trying to escape to Okinawa in the middle of a war, but I still wasn't used to having a gun pointed right at me.
もう一度聞く。世界線は変動したのか？ここはもう以前とは違う世界なのか？
But Suzuha's hands were shaking a little as she held the gun. That would have been unimaginable when she'd first come here from the future. Maybe she was ashamed of it, because she bit down on her teeth even harder. Oh shit. She must have bit her lip when she did so, because a single trail of blood ran down her jaw and dripped onto the ground. I stared at the blood as I answered.
大丈夫だ。俺たちは以前のままの世界線にいる。
本当に？
ああ。一度別の世界線に移動したのは事実だが、再び元に戻ったはずだ。
それをやったのは誰だ？ロシアか？
だと思う。
とうとうタイムマシンの実験を開始したってことか。
It seems like it. I nodded.
それならもう一刻の猶予もないじゃないか。連中が実験を続ければやがて取り返しのつかないことが起きる。シュタインズゲートに続く道が閉ざされてしまうかもしれない。私はバカだ。悩んでる場合じゃなかった。もう説得なんて終わりだ。
Uh-oh.
どうする気だ？
岡部倫太郎、私の命令に従ってもらう。一緒に7月28日に行くんだ。
I don't know if forcing him's gonna be the right way to do it, though. It has to be something that he made his mind to do. He has to have the resolve to do it. Straight up forcing him to do it won't help anything.
拒否したら？
拒否なんてさせない。
Just shoot him. Jesus, Turnus.
お前はいいのか？それで
何？
この世界線をなかったことにしてしまって、それで
うるさい。
Oh! There's a horrible ringing in my ears and a fierce pain in my eardrums. Did she actually? I don't think she shot him. A second later, the smell of gunpowder passed by my face. She really shot at me. But I don't think it connected.
次は脅しじゃなくて当てる。
She was glaring at me as if she was about to cry. Jesus, Suzuha. We stared at each other in silence. I tried as hard as I could to come up with something to calm her down, but nothing came to me. Nothing I could come up with would get her to change her mind. What should I do?
鈴葉、オカリン、何やってんだお。
Suddenly, I heard Daru's voice. I turned and saw that he'd just come out of the door near the stairs.
父さん、どうして？
マユシとアマネシからメールがあったんだ。なんか鈴葉がオカリンを呼び出したって言うからさ、嫌な予感がして探してたんだお。あと、差出人不明のメールがあった。
Huh?
差出人不明？
この場所のマップの URL を送りつけられた。もしやと思って真っ先に来てみたわけ。そしたら銃声がしたからびっくりしたっつうの。
Daru's whole body was covered in sweat. Even as he spoke, large beads were appearing on his forehead. He must have really hurried.
で、鈴葉、その銃は何なん？
いや、鈴葉は別に何も。
何もなかったら銃なんて撃たないっしょ、上皇。ほら鈴葉、話してみるといいのだぜ。
父さんだって本当は分かってるくせに。
何が？
世界線が変動したことだよ。ロシアがタイムマシンの実験を始めたんだ。
それって確定なん？
だから焦ってるんじゃないか。このままじゃ何もかも終わりなんだ。シュタインズゲートに到達できない。第三次世界大戦も防げない。大勢の人が死んで、母さんも死んで、何もかも回避できない。
Oh, man.
それは困るお。でもだからってさ、オカリンを脅して無理やり過去へ連れて行ったとして、それでうまくいくわけ？
It won't. It won't. Daru's normally easygoing expression had suddenly turned serious.
タイムマシンや世界線のことを研究し始めて、なんとなく分かってきたんだよね。オカリンの言う通り、普通のやり方じゃ何度やってもマキセ氏の命を救うことなんてできないんじゃないかって。
父さんまで何を言って。
世界線のルールや因果率がそんな簡単に変えられるんなら、オカリンの言うアルファ世界線でマユ氏の命だって救えたはずっしょ。
Causality, the school of thought that says that all things that have a cause and an effect. This idea is at the core of relativity theory. However, it has been observed in the microscale world of quantum mechanics that causality does not always apply.
じゃあどうしたらいいって言うんだ。
Daru brought his fist up to his chest.
どうすべきかを僕らは研究してるわけっしょ。
でももう時間が。
大丈夫、僕に任せとけって。絶対に何とかしてみせる。たまには父さんの言うことも素直に聞いてほしいのだぜ。
Daru's voice was strong and kind in a way you'd never imagine he was capable of. He softly took the gun from Suzaha's hands. She didn't resist.
ほら、銃なんかよりもっと大切なものを忘れてろ。今日みたいな寒い日にこそこれを使うべき。
Daru took something out of his pocket. It's the mittens that Yuki made, isn't it? He pressed it into Suzaha's hands. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's getting me teary-eyed, man. It was a pair of handmade gloves. It's a present that Yuki had given her at the Christmas party. I remembered it well.
私
Oh, man.
私
When he gave her the gloves, warm tears started to flow down her face.
どうしていいのかわかんないわかんなくなっちゃった。
うん。
助けて父さん助けてお願い。
Suzaha's shoulders shook as the tears poured down. I turned my eyes toward the time machine, a silhouette in the darkness.
俺はもう乗らないって決めたんだ。
No matter what Daru said, no matter how Suzaha threatened me, I wasn't going back to the past. I can't look back. The next thing she knew, Suzaha was inside the time machine, wrapped up in a blanket. She must have been crying a lot because she hadn't even noticed that she'd come inside the time machine, or that Rintaro had left. Her dad was next to her. He was also wrapped up in a blanket, and he was looking at her.
落ち着いた？
Man, I hate to say it, but that's an actual Daru W. He was there when his daughter needed him. God. That felt yucky to say. But he did a good thing. Alright, he did a good thing. Doesn't absolve him of all of his sins, but he did a good thing.
今何時？
She wiped away the tears as she asked.
もうすぐ日付が変わるよ。
Daru stands losing their minds. Do those exist? Do Daru stands actually exist?
ごめん。こんな時間まで付き合わせて。
平気平気。前にも言ったっしょ。父さんのこといくらでも頼っていいのだぜって。
うん。
The time machine's hatch was still open, and cold air was pouring in. Each time they spoke, they could see their breath turn white. The machine was still silent. They could use the life support system in the cockpit to keep out the cold, but she didn't want to waste the energy. She rubbed her cheeks with her glove-covered hands. The The gloves Yuki gave her were very warm, and her hands were the one part of her that wasn't cold.
僕さ、いつか必ずオカリンも僕らと一緒に、いや違うな。僕らの先頭に立って指揮を取ってくれるって信じてるんだよね。
Suzuha was a little surprised to see Itaru speaking seriously. Normally, all Itaru ever did was screw around.
未来ガジェット研究所はオカリンがいてこそだから。今はちょっと腐ってるけどきっと立ち直る。同時に法王院京馬も蘇るわけ。不死鳥の名は伊達じゃない的な、中二病オツ的な。その時が来たら多分オカリンは自分からタイムマシンに乗るよ。鈴葉に言われなくってもね。
Suzuha realized Itaru was trying to make her feel better. Suddenly, deep in her heart, she felt a little warmer.
父さん、すごく恥ずかしいこと言ってるの自覚してる？
うわ、ですよね。オカリン本人の前じゃ口が裂けても言えないな。
Oh.
私、明日までに手紙書くよ。オカリンおじさんに。直接顔見て話すとまた変な感じになっちゃうから。ごめんなさいっていうのと、もうちょっとだけもがいてみるって。だからオカリンおじさんにも考えてみてほしいって。そうは言っても実はもうあんまり時間はないんだけど。
時間ないって？ロシアが実験を開始したから？
実はタイムマシンを制御してる量子コンピューターの内蔵電池、もうすぐ切れそうなんだ。
Quantum computer? Quantum computer, a computer capable of using quantum mechanical overlapping to perform parallel processing. While modern-day computers switch between two signals, 0 and 1, to perform their calculations, a quantum computer is capable of calculating these two signals at the same time. This allows for exponentially faster calculations, to the point where it is expected that quantum computing will change everything about the world we know. Practical quantum computers have not yet been built. Huh. I didn't know anything about that.
マジ？
前に話したよね。かがりを探すために1998年から何度もマシンを使ったって。それは当初の計画にはなかった行動なんだ。当然マシンを制御するコンピューターの使用回数も予定より多くなって。
Oh, shoot.
それでバッテリーが消耗したっつうことか。
マシンそのものの燃料よりそっちの方が深刻なんだよ。マシンを正確に制御してジャンプさせることが難しくなる。
バッテリーだったら交換とか充電とかすればいいんじゃね？
無理だよ。
ちょっとだけその内蔵電池見させてもらっていいかな？
Suzuha nodded and pointed to a piece at the core of the machine. Itaru leaned his huge body. God damn it. His huge body forward to take a look. But soon he gave out a moan of confusion.
なんぞこれ。
The The battery was the same size as a car's, but it was the product of 2036's technology, and Itaru lived in the year 2010. There's probably no way he could understand it. From Itaru's perspective, it might as well have been a black box of unknown technology. A quick look wouldn't tell him anything about how it was built or how it would work. That was one reason why Suzuha had agreed to let him look at it.
2010年の技術で何とかするのは無理だと思う。言うなればそれは使い切りの電池と同じ状態ってこと。充電も交換もできない。
この時代のバッテリーか発電機に乾燥するのは
Suzuha shook her head helplessly.
とっくに試したよ。でも不可能だった。ルミ姉さんに頼んで車のバッテリーを用意してもらったんだ。トラックとかに積まれてる大きなやつ。繋いでみたら1秒持たなかった。
なんだと
Jesus, that thing drains power fast!
ガソリンを使う発電機も試してみたけど、それもダメだった。ガソリンが何ガロン必要なのか見当もつかない。だいたいそんな量のガソリンマシンには積めないし。ルミ姉さんね、ものすごく無理をしてくれて最新の燃料電池まで手に入れてくれたんだよ。
But even that wasn't good enough.
未来の技術ってすげえのな。こんな小さなものがそんな大電力を賄ってるっつうわけ
Itaru was staring in amazement at the futuristic battery.
SF 映画みたく生ゴミを電気に変えられたらな。で、このバッテリー、あとどれくらい持ちそうなん？
多分あと1回か2回ジャンプしたらそれで終わり。
たったそれだけ？
しかもこうやってマシンが停止してる間もさ、重力場や座標点の計測装置なんかはずっと動いてるから、ジャンプしなくてもいずれ電池切れになる。残ったバッテリーで正確なジャンプをするにはあと半年が限界だろうね。マキセ・クリスを救いに行けるタイミングもそこまでってことになる。
I was wondering why she didn't just take it out. Suzuha grabbed onto Itaru's back and took a deep breath. It was squishy and it felt good. God damn it, dude.
バッテリーが切れてマシンのコントロールを失ったらどうなるんだろう。カーブラックホールの制御も効かなくなるし、イベントホライゾンの向こうから永遠に戻ってこられないとか。
Event Horizon, also known as the Schwarzschild Radius, a point past which no information can be transmitted. Information transmission occurs via light and electromagnetic waves, but the incredible gravity at the center of a black hole makes it impossible for even light to escape. The boundary at which this occurs is the event horizon. Anything that occurs inside an event horizon cannot be observed from the outside. Since no light can escape, the center of a black hole appears black. A Kerr black hole. A black hole whose existence is predicted by current theories of physics. Unlike other black holes, the singularity at its center rotates while other black holes have their singularities at a single point. The Kerr black hole's singularity is a ring. Okay.
縁起でもないこと言ったらダメだお。
でもそこってさ、どんな場所なのかな。
She getting sleepy?
今みたいに静かな時間が永遠に続くのかな。だったらそれでもいいな。
As she clung to her father's warm back, Suzuha started to feel very sleepy. If she let her guard down for a moment, she was sure to fall asleep. She had been trained to fight it on the battlefield, but this wasn't the battlefield, and she was exhausted from crying. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let herself sleep once in a while. Near Daru, I would not, no. She sat down and held her knees like a child, then softly closed her eyes.
そっか。結局鈴葉はこの夏までに必ず行っちゃうんだな。たとえオカリンがどんな結論を出すとしても。
Just before she fell asleep, she thought she heard her father talking to himself.
これはまさにパラダイス。
I'm gonna go ahead and stop right there for today, because if some of y'all haven't noticed, we've been live for about 4 hours. Let's save right there. Yeah. Let's go ahead and stop right there. Not bad, honestly. I don't know, some days I just feel like going for a longer time, like I want to learn more, you know? And then some days I just feel tired. But it looks like it was one of those good days for me. Let me see. I'm gonna send you guys to Cheza. Raid Cheza Okami. Shit, I spelled that wrong. I could throw stuff. You be nice to her now. This is the greatest bear raid of all time. And that is the raid message. Thank you guys for joining me today for some more Steins Gate Zero. Had a lot of fun. We got to learn some stuff. Maybe not all good, but we did learn some stuff. But yeah, I'm going to send y'all over to her. I hope y'all have a good day. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow at about 7. Love you guys, and I'll see you later. El Sai Kangaroo.